Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. You know. angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, I do. I won't give up the fight. It's not on my pretty faces or something that's clever to say. I'm looking for someone special who speaks to my heart in a spiritual way. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. I won't give up the fight.
Your ticket, I think.
Come play with us. As he turns it, nice headshot. Clean headshots from Messi.
Welcome to Stage 2 of the ESL Pro League Season 22 North American Closed Qualifier. It's Boggs and Paladin with you on the mic. And Paladin, we're following Boss from your broadcast last night. And there were some interesting things with Boss. They lost Snav coming into this qualifier. They struggled a little bit yesterday. And now the competition is not going to get easier. It's only going to get tougher as the rounds roll on.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily the most excited with this iteration of Boss, but hey, they've had much worse rosters that they've made done with to get to high spots in ECL previously, that I have just a slight little bit of hesitation with me, but I still have that like belief that this team should still be able to deal with Lycus Empire today, and that's off the back of players like Fruit Cup and players like Slight that really have to do some serious heavy lifting as far as this best of three is concerned.
Yeah, the addition of B Wills is also a bit of an interesting play to me because B Wills has been around for an eternity now. And he took a big long break from competition, but he's been brought back in to fill a gap in this boss roster. But it's really going to force them to rely on those two you mentioned, on Fruit Cup, on Slight. And I think Darty's going to have to step it up as well, as Sauce Boy comes into this roster too, who's not exactly the heaviest hitter as far as firepower is concerned.
No, not at all. And I think that's the biggest issue that I have. I mean, Sauce Boy is a guy that's being looked at from a lot of different top tier IGLs within the space right now, trying to see if this guy has the ability to actually play at this level of the game. And yesterday, I think I had a couple of moments where he had some nice multi kills, but for the most part, my main issue is that sometimes when he does get these big plays, he gives a little too much away, that there's a clawback potential from the opponents that they play against, that I think there's a bit of a learning curve for Sauce Boy and how he continues to develop on this roster. But my worry is that without a significant leader, who is that going to be to kind of lead this team the right way? Because sometimes when we get to those mid to late rounds, the T side mid rounds can really fall apart. CT sides, there sometimes needs to be that big man to push everyone in the right direction instead of this kind of laissez-faire, anybody can kind of rotate whenever they want type situation off of information that has hampered them in that previous best of three that they really had to grind for to get over the line eventually. So that leadership aspect, I think, is the biggest issue for me as to who's going to guide them in that right direction, especially with such young players that they want to kind of withhold on this roster for as long as possible.
Yeah, that's a big question. They lost their IGL and Snav, who've been doing really well with this team. Even under the Blue Jays iteration of this roster, I thought they were doing well. They thought they were improving as a team and the structure as well. But when you look at this team now, who is going to be that leader is a big question. It's going to be Darty. He's been around for a while. Is it going to be Slight? Or is it going to be the veteran in B Wills? You're not going to look at Sauce Boy, and I don't think you can look at Fruit Cup either to be that in-game leader. But looking at the Veto here, Boss actually going to let this one go to auto pick. So they're not exactly vetoing into this one. So Train is going to be their pick. Anubis, the pick of Lycus Empire. I do like that one. Boss haven't played it a lot, but then again, neither of these two teams have a large sample size in the last 3 months, in the last month in particular, with new iterations, particularly on Boss. I don't know if we can really look towards the stats that much as what is going to be a guide for us. Rather, just kind of how these two teams have performed in this qualifier, and neither one exactly inspires confidence to me. I mean, a double overtime win against Chicken Coop for Lycus Empire is not exactly something that's going to make me look and be like, okay, this team's firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I think Boss still pretty much have everything that they would want in this veto. I think they would have liked to actually take Anubis out in the first rotation, or maybe even Inferno, but the auto ban actually graces them in that sense that they don't pick into Inferno Lycus and they get it out of the way in the second rotation. They probably would have picked into Mirage if I was a betting man. Maybe Dust 2. I think Dust 2 is a bit of a hit or miss for them. They were a little unruly on it yesterday, but Train they actually have shown a bit of a liking when they were with Snav, that I don't think this is the end of the world for them. I think they still have a favorable veto to win this best of three. That being said, for Lycus Empire, Anubis is must-win territory in a lot of ways. I think that you've got to put your best foot forward on that sort of a map pick and hope that you can get it done in two. If we go to Ancient, that's where I think some cause for concern is definitely there. I think that's where, regardless of the level that I saw from Boss yesterday, they still were clutch. They still had a lot of clutches to get into a lot of these rounds in the late game situations to get them over the line, that I think they've got enough chemistry in the tank to pull it off. So We'll hopefully see if Lycus Empire have got it in them to kind of see what they bring to the table here on Train. But Anubis feels like an absolute necessity.
Yeah, and I have to agree with that too, but you bring up an interesting point about that clutch factor. This boss team, looking at Slight, looking at Fruit Cup, looking at Darty, and looking at B Wills, has experience internationally. They've played international competition on land before. So they should have a hefty advantage as far as the mindset is concerned against Lycus Empire, who are still looking to even really crack into the top echelon of the challenger level in the region. So for Boss, this is a must-win game. Now, are they necessarily a favorite to take that one spot for Pro League? No, that definitely has to go to M80. And I think Lag might be able to make a case the way they've been playing lately as well. I think they're a bit of a sleeper pick moving through this bracket. But Boss have to win these games. They have to establish that they are here for a reason. And other teams as well, Getting Info I think is another one that has to do a really good job. But they did not impress last night either from what I saw. And there's some opportunities for some of these lower ranked teams, some of these teams that have been towards the bottom of the Challenger League level to kind of upset some of their upper competition and make a good run.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you think about M80 and the fact that they should be the team that takes the spot for EPL. But with that caveat being said, there's a lot of VRS points up for grabs. The deeper you go in this tournament, the more valuable your rank becomes, the further you go in that sense. You got to remember the changes that are now coming to the VRS, where now we are going through, it's a strict invite system only. There is no MRQ, last chance saloon type business that you can pull off if you want to go to Budapest. It's got to be through these VRS points, and you got to put your best foot forward straight out the gates and put yourself in favorable situations where you can show up to these events and keep farming those points. And a game like this against Lycus Empire, this should be a walk in the park. This should be an easy collection of points, and they should just move on and try to go as deep as possible. I'm talking upper finals, talking about a grand spot as well. Of course, there are still some stiff competition between Marsborn, Blue Jays, and Getting Info, but with how topsy-turvy all of these rosters are right now, with how much has changed in the scene, this is a ripe opportunity to get that deep run and just start on the right foot.
Yeah, with that VRS system in place, it really does seem like a rich get richer situation where you have to have the points to get invited, and you can't get the points without getting invited. So for a lot of these teams, this is going to either start the snowball or give them a really, really bad start, failing to engage the clutch on the cold start there, you might say. So it's a lot on the line, and it is a double elimination, so there is that for these two teams. But you don't want to have to go down to the lower bracket first round. You do not want to have your backs against the wall to kick this off, as we do begin on Train momentarily here. It's a lot on the line, and if you're the favorite, you might even be feeling a little more pressure because of that situation. And we'll see if Sauce can handle the heat, because he's in the pan, and the fire's on.
Yeah, it's a very put up or shut up moment for Boss at this stage here in stage 2. I would argue a requirement to get past Lycus Empire here, who have shown some good stuff in ECL, but have yet to show me in crunch time that they're a roster to be feared. As soon as the pressure is on for that kind of a roster, that is where I think that they crumble. And so in that aspect of things, I expect for this Boss team to have their act together here. So welcome to Train, folks. We'll see how things actually fare for Boss as they go charging down the brown halls, and Sauce instantly gets the entry to open up the account here for that CT side, and Tabin actually finds another one as well. It's all up to Darty, and they just swarm that B bomb site from all avenues.
Yeah, quick rotation off the alert pick over towards T-Con. And then the fast flank from Tabin stabs him in the back. Frizzy's around as well. They're still the Heaven player too. And just nowhere for Boss to run and survive. They can't even fight their way out, despite the good opening pick by Sauce onto Knifeblade, who was in a good spot to shut them down with the dualies. It's a critical first round, denying the bomb plant as well, coming in from Lycus Empire. And now it's going to be a deco out from the Boss boys. And Tech 9 on the Dark. And Darty's going to charge on him, but he can't bring that spray to bear, and it's going to be an open well. now know what's up. It's another shot. A lineup for Frizzy, but he's only opens up another opportunity. MP9 cleaning it up with nice play support. And so Lycus only lose one on the anti-eco. Here comes their first real test. Rifle read forthcoming from Boss on the T side. And at least one MP9 in hand for the CTs.
Pretty underhanded situation there for Boss, but they'll get it over the line like his Empire, no problem. Get the guns out here and the following, and this is where you instantly call in just the leadership aspect. What is that first buy round game plan here? Especially with minimal utility, you can't really cause multiple phases of the default. You've got to slow things down. And in some instances, you've got to speed things up. Where that first volley of utility, and themselves top dog control. The question is, what do you want to do with that? Because T-Con is still firmly in the favor of the CTs, and Sauce is tasked with at least keeping them out temporarily here.
Well, let's see. As Lycus don't need to move. They don't need to push or aggress. They have Boss who needs to make a play. And Boss keeps them alive, not their utility less and less. It's a good Molotov on a Doom's position. Counter flash to keep him alive briefly. He tries to chuck in a nade, but Sauce knows exactly where he is. And B-Wills out of Pop Dog will come in, or I guess Long Dog now. I see. Better call out. Gets one. Sauce will finally swing, but Slight taken down. Taban, Magic, and Nightblade. A trio of kills now making a quad as 3 out make for 4. And B-Wills a consistent tap on the Magic, but that's going to be it. 3 kills, but no plant again for Boss as the actual take comes up short once more. They had a couple of pieces. That opening pick onto Doom could have started things well. Sauce adding another one to the picture, but right now, Slight and Fruit Cup, the two players we talked about, you particularly highlighted, and I have to wholeheartedly agree need to be good, are blanked on the scoreboard, and it's a half buy upcoming. This is not a good start for Boss on the east side. Maybe, just maybe, that auto ban might get back to bite them.
See what they can get done here, though. Eventually, that max loss bonus will give them that extra bit of juice to make those sight hits complete. But for right now, they're trying to work around Darty's advanced positioning. Darty gets all the way up into hell here, searching for Doom. Taban available as well, but the wherewithal from Frizzy to just 180 check hell is to be commended. Instantly, all that excitement from the round just dissipated.
He had a snake in the grass somewhere in the back line, and it just goes awry. Brilliant read from Lycus. They have to know with the utility down what the possibilities are, and the Deagles at range do not need to get peeked. Lycus know it. Why give up a free kill? Why give up a rifle here? As time is their ally. Boss don't have a lot of utility. They don't have firepower. They only have 2 players with armor here. It looks like it's going to be a BN with Nightblade to receive it. AK in hand, fast rotation too. Magic's already leaning over. Lycus are reading this perfectly. This is exactly what they need to do at this stage. 30 seconds. Wherever Boss show 2 is probably going to be the take, and it's about to be a heaven push. That smoke's still up. Magic on the angle. Now Boss toss the util. Now they prepare to go. They're still taking their sweet time. They have to dive bomb this, and if the bomb gets dropped, which it does, that could end it. Doom's got 2 coming in from Z. Make it 3, and Nightblade the last one to find as Fruit Cup walks right out. Like his Empire, reading Boss like a child's picture book. And what can Boss do? Where is that leadership? And where are Fruit Cup and Slight?
Yeah, I think at this point, can't really ask much from them at that point of the round, especially considering, again, lack of utility, meaning dry fights galore that will always be CT favored. That is just the nature of Train at its core. You need to find a way to dislodge some of these positions, and that's not a good start. Sauce missing the Molotov over at Pop Dog already caused some concerns. A Brown Hole's crunch on the cards here for the CT side, and there's got to be some wherewithal here from Boss. And instead, they just give up that position. B-Will spots a barrel, but can't convert the kill. Instead, he'll hold on to this Hop Dog control, and Slight will actually put in work elsewhere. So they're finding a way to claw back this map control, and they're doing it very, very well. 3 kills all on the T side's favor opens the door up to that B bomb site. They'll get a rotation in, and they don't really have to speed things up here, boss, but Fruit Cup offers up his life, continues to come up short here so far to start out Train. But still, as the dust settles, you should still favor Boss to close this one out.
Boss, but a shot from Tabin that could have changed things had it connected. Does become much more likely as a Boss lock, and with Magic on 500 bucks in the bank, there's no way he can go for this retake. He's got to save the AK into the next round, as the rest of his team will be on a bit of a struggle buy, at least for Tabin. Doom will have money, Frizzy and Nightblade as well. Tabin might be a little worse for wear here on first round loss. But overall, Boss will get there first, and comes at a bit of a gift as Lycus go 3 aggressive into Brown Hall. I like the initial idea. I don't know how much I like them just sticking around in those areas without anybody watching for Slight's angle. Once that first pick comes through, it does kind of cause that whole 3-man push to crack and crumble.
Terrorists win.
Here we are, the 1 round on the board for Boss. Can they turn it to 2 in a row? If Lycus can isolate this, that's where their snowball can grow. That's where they can really gain that CT confidence. And look to put up a map win on Boss's pick here on Train. The MP9 in Doom's hands gets the op over to Tabin. I like that. Good economy. They still have 2 kits as well. But Slight has his big 3. And this could be the game changer. Train, an old optic map. Let's see if Slight can start. I think Frizzy's in aggressive position though. And no Brown Hole push. 4 outside play coming in from Lycus Empire.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's nice not to rinse and repeat that idea, just because of how disjointed the Brown Hall's take was. You didn't have any Pop Dog presence, which is a necessity if you want to actually commit to that. And so instead they back away, they kind of hole up a little bit more. But look at Frizzy. Frizzy has gotten into no man's land here, and a chance at an early flank as they continue to constrict upon this B offense, and finally he pounces much earlier than I would have expected. And with that, Fruit Cup off the mark and a chance for the T side to continue to extend into this B bomb site. Again, you can slow these rounds down a lot more. And that's what they're looking for here. Just anything on offer to punish before re-executing into this B bomb site.
There is the utility in hand. Plenty of smokes, flashes, and Molotovs available for Boss. In comes the utility. Sound are here in a that's 3 damage from Magic. A kill plus 4 on the smoke spam. Nightblade up top will have an easy kill. And look at the dead man walking, finally put to bed by Doom. Does at least take Tabin with him, but that's 3 alive plus the op saved. 2 AKs moved over for Lycus Empire, and the 1 round 1 for Boss is isolated. Something Boss could not allow to happen. They will be able to get a buy up again, sure, but the utility is going to be more lacking. And overall, Boss kind of look lost in the sauce on this T side.
I think they definitely do. The concern right now is just what their game plan is in the mid round, especially if they're getting an opening pick or 2, if they're getting space. They're not able to do anything with it. Maybe Fruit Cup can change that though. Aggressive, he goes into the Olaf position, but Doom is there to respond in kind. Doom still lives to tell the tale, takes bullets from the side of the train. And with that, a 4v4 instantly, you still feel comfortable for the CTs. Luckily for Boss, Sauce still retains T-Con control, and they're re-clearing Brown Halls as well. So all hope is not lost, but I love this active feeling from Lycus Empire. As soon as they lose that T-Con control, going for IV space, planting at least a flag with a rifle in Magic, and then giving a chance for Tabin to move back into the outer yard. This is more like it.
Ooh, nice entry there from Beewles as Nightblade goes hunting, trying to take advantage of the Peeker's advantage, but he's punished. The op from Tabin, though, can still be the game changer. His boss looked to execute into the outer yard. Tabin smoked off. Aggressive, spots one. Sauce walks into his crosshair. Tabin around, unscopes but sees him. Doom around the corner. Tabin, he's only got Doom. Can he strike? Has one. Spray through the smoke. His low HP is undoing, but Magic on the flank can turn this round on his head back in favor of his team. Cannot find B-Wills yet. Bomb in his possession.
Oh.
This Molotov again from Boss. They are having a lot of utility trouble here. As the bomb goes down, Magic's on the prowl. Only the flash kick, but it's going to come down to the fight. Says B-Wills looks too far. Overextends from his cover. And Magic clutches up. Boss might have had the clutch factor last night, but right now, Paladin, it looks like Lycus Empire have the X factor.
Yeah, the difference between Golden Horde and Lycus Empire is one team has never been at this stage in their career, and the other have done this at least for a season consistently. And for Lycus Empire, you can already see that they're putting together these rounds pretty smartly. Active in mid-round situations now that they've got the round buffer. And now confidence in the clutch as well. Very uncharacteristic in terms of how some of these players are playing these late game situations. But the missed Molotov stalls things out. And to make matters worse, it's just once you get that bomb down, you should still be favored as a T to close it out. Look at how many angles you would have to clear as a T.
He doesn't have to run the camera. He just has to hold his
I don't even think he was trying to leave the camera there. I think he's maybe considering that there's a crossover into hell. But I think the whole point of that matter is that he is the one that tries to make the first move there, which I don't think is necessary once you've got that time pressure with the bomb going down.
It's an unforced error. And the unforced errors are usually the backbreakers. And for Boss, there's been a lot of them. Even given the opportunities, too, that missed second shot from Tabin was another door wide open. Another push towards Pop from Nightblade. Doom, rather. Nightblade's down lower. Gonna push in. Doom gets mowed down, but Frizzy right around the corner. Therefore, trade. Traded out once more. Magic has fallen. Tabin on the site has to lock it down. Spots one on the ladder, but he can't connect the shot. Good KZ from Fruit Cup there to stay alive as Tabin goes around the smoke and to his grave. Fruit Cup knows where he is and will not relent. Nightblade, the last one, still in position. Crouches under the crosshair. And Boss find their second round. But again, it almost feels like Boss are winning these rounds when Lycus make a critical error. And the error snowballs into another kill, rather than taking rounds on their own initiative. One thing, though, Lycus Empire are broke. Despite having a 6-1 lead into that round, now 6-2, there is no money at all for this team.
Yeah, Boss have been putting in quite the economic pressure throughout this game. But I think for the most part, you're starting to see at least semblance of these T round that is trying to get Fruit Cup as active as possible. I was saying this in the previous best of 3 as well, that I watched these guys play. And it's getting Fruit Cup in as much fights as possible. Okay, hold on. This shouldn't be happening. 2 rifles recovered and the B bomb site is still under siege, so it should be all good. But either way, I think getting Fruit Cup in the most active spots as possible, treating him like your star instead of just a blunt weapon, is going to be the way forward for this team. And I already started to see some ideas like that, where they're putting him more in the middle position, on Ancient, things like that. I don't want him as a side anchor anymore. I want him to be that tip of the spear that is given space, that is flashed for, and is given the tools and keys to the kingdom. And you can kind of see that success is tied to those roles, especially with how they start off some of these rounds and the rounds that they're successful in.
Yeah, Fruit Cup should be your shot cavalry. He shouldn't be your pike that defends the jungle.
Terrorists win.
He needs to get active. He needs to get in there and open things up. Another guy I'd like to see wake up and kind of have a little bit of those activities is Slight. He's got the op right now. Get that op to go take a peek. Flash him in, take the pick, see if you can find that player. Use the op for the long-range pieces. But Boss now clawing their way back in. I think 5 would be a decently successful half, especially considering how abysmal the start was. And if Boss can claw this back to 6, that is nothing short of incredible. And out goes Fruit Cup. He's the one going aggressive, not Darty. The Pop Dog unseats both Darty and B Wills. Sauce is tagged too. Fruit Cup off the angle. That could have been huge. Comes in. They know where he is, though. He's falling out of position. Taven's breaking down. Sauce falls. Fruit Cup nothing as Doom doubles it down. Frizzy had the 2 and pop. Doom on the exit. And Slight, he's behind the smoke. Sitting here. What's he going to be able to do?
Not much, I'd imagine. Molly is well placed, well predicted as well. And now Slight will be given a couple of engagements. So Frizzy is also close by. Switches back over to the USP. Can't connect. He's been given a considerable number of opportunities, but finally the bullets of magic long range slow him down. He can't get around the corner. And Boss will have to give away a 7th here. And then you could start to see that if Fruit Cup is not finding any initial success, a lot of these rounds kind of fall apart, fall on its head right very quickly. I guess Empire have got enough fundamentals to play off of some of their teammates that this CT side is just getting the job done. It's not reinventing the wheel. It's not doing anything crazy. They're just playing some really active CT sides, is what you'd like to see. Finally, Slight takes it a step further. It goes ahead of the utility to get an opener.
That's exactly what I wanted from the op. Precisely what I wanted from Slight here. Take initiative. Go play train like it's meant to be played. Op goes in, tries to find the opener. If it gets there before the utility, great chance it can. It's a gift as they try to storm in towards Pop Dog. This Ivy push, though, might actually yield something if Magic can actually get through. There's nobody watching it. He, of course, doesn't know that, but a T-Con Crunch 2, this, if coupled with an Ivy push, would be so good. So much map control and information for Lycus Empire. But Sauce is waiting for a push. That's exactly why they need the pincer maneuver. They need that push from behind.
Oh.
Sauce gets caught by Doom. That's a duel Sauce needs to win 100% of the time.
Well,
That's a lot of info, too, for Lycus.
yeah, now at this point, the round's kind of falling apart. You can dedicate a second player here to this B bomb site. You have a side anchor and a deep op line as well. But that Molotov actually gives away his own teammate's position. He's been caught out in no man's land. That's a brutal Molotov mishap there. Taven trying to pick up the pieces as the bomb goes down. But things get a little dicey here. He's got to back away and at least wait for some of these smokes to fade before he can put in some impact.
He's going to try and escape, but Doom and Taven combine to put him down. Doom gets it out. Slight's got the op. B Wills around towards Z. It's a nice heads up to Taven. And now Magic's 1v2 is going to run out of time. He's got a good Molotov, and he has B Wills too. Only a flash, though. A smoke would have been a huge boon against the op. Gonna have to come down. Shot here. That's going to win the round for Slight. He'll drop the flash out. Magic's already off of it and bailing for safety. Slight has to run. Terrorist will stay alive, but a critical 4th game for Boss, which at least puts him at the bare minimum of a recoverable half at 4. Really,
I mean,
5th, though.
I'd have to imagine that Molotov essentially loses them the round, because I think Nightblade has at the minimum 1 kill on his plate, maybe 2 if he plays his cards correctly. Maybe he's able to even dive into that smoke that is set up on the Brown Halls. I just thought just a completely unnecessary Molotov at that point in time. I think you can always deploy that Heaven side and train yourself on that Brown Hall angle, but unfortunate circumstances lead to this. Mm-hmm.
Frizzy doesn't go the Deagle. It's not too bad. That tip of the spear that you wanted to see. It's the first. around, dodges a flashbang, exposes him. Knight runs in, but B-Wills turns. Frizzy wants that south escapes past Slight and drops a beautiful team on the very same. Frizzy, though, finally runs out of ammo and of HP, and Boss will grab 5. A scrappy start and a scrappy end. We'll see what happens in half 2. But they do have Fruit Cup up in Palace. Boggs and Paladin on the mic as we enter into this second half of action. 7-5 in favor of Lycus. And no for Boss.
For how tough this T side was for Boss, still getting away with 5 is fantastic. But now converting off of the good looks on that first half will be the name of the game here. Execution into this B bomb site, instant goosh into conversion for Magic. Frizzy continues to push forward, trying to take all of this space. This is how you play a B bomb site pistol, and things look good temporarily for Taban and Frizzy until they hit the deck. Now all of a sudden things get put right on its head. 4v3 turned 4v2 for a Boss, and all the kills come up the way of the blue side. And it's just Magic pushed to the back of the bomb site. All these low HP bars, but he gets eviscerated. What a retake there, Boggs, from Boss, all things considered.
Great retake, but they do let the bomb go down. So Lycus Empire can get a force buy right now. And that's going to cause some trouble, I think, for Boss in this, or this next round. Boss need that second round of the half. They need that second after pistol. This is now the most important round of this map. And if Boss can't convert it, things get so difficult for them. Although Lycus, we're thinking about going for the save. Now Taben goes in on the Galil. Yeah, buy's going to come around. 3 Galils, 2 Tech 9s for that extra utility. Only 1 flashbang. A bit interesting. And it almost for sure means it's going to be something real slow for Lycus Empire. Maybe trying to find a pick on an aggressive Boss push, which is quite a decision. And a little bit of a risk with this Ivy control too, trying to take a long range duel. They got their Galils there.
You've got
that gap against the MP9. It's going to be tough.
a couple of ideas when you've got this limited utility. It's an Ivy take, and it's a Hull stake. These are really your only options. And they're basically peering into both avenues, hoping that something does offer itself up. But with that utility advantage comes a good bit of time now for Boss to stall things out. They spot one of the prongs. And it's up to Darty to do some good work here on this B bomb site, who already has, when you look at his body of work in that pistol. So instead, Lycus Empire turned their attention to this A bomb site. And again, they're just whittling down this utility bit by bit. 3 smokes and a flashbang. Gonna have to do a lot of heavy lifting here.
That flashbang's going to have to do so much to allow these pistols to close the gap. See what it can do. Time's running out. 27 seconds to go. Lycus have to make a play. That flashbang has to be immense. Smoke goes in. One more smoke should follow. Sauce has to be careful not to get overwhelmed. Although if you can isolate the duel versus Magic, that's... Darty's on the flank, but he is caught. B-Wills does get one, but it's Taben Nightblade of Magic who really opened the score line here. Into this round, swipe around the camera. 1+ damage, can't get the second yet. But Fruit Cup's here to save the day. Almost at the end of the time, Nightblade falls, and it actually was just after time. The clock had just struck midnight. And Nightblade ended on a pumpkin. That's a rough loss.
And now you don't even get at the bomb plant, so you can't even reconsider repurchasing. It's just a nightmare scenario here for Nightblade. But at the end of the day, Boss still find a way to right the ship. Finally looking a little better in these late round situations. Granted, on the CT side, it's a bit easier to protocol manage. Taben hits the deck there, drops over a Deagle. But now you're starting to see some of these individuals get a little bit more pep in their step. Sauce going for that engagement in T-Con. Fruit Cup getting frisky. Darty now pushing into the brown halls as well. And the crunch is successful.
And a great flash from Sauce. But the Fondo there. And also, again, you mentioned how you need to have that pop dog control on the brown halls push. It's exactly what Darty was waiting for over in ramp. He was waiting for that push from Slight. And that's what opened up all of Brown Hall on that crunch. That's why it was successful, is they went together. And Boss started out very slow. Fruit Cup in particular started out very slow. I think he was 0-5 at one point. He's now 16-10 and tops the scoreboard on the entire server.
He's got that bounce back potential, I'll tell you that much. I mean, he's a very hot and cold player at times, but when he's hot, he can carry that kind of momentum for a long time. I think about the only reasons, or one of the big reasons as to why they were able to deal with the Golden Horde came down to some critical clutches from Fruit Cup and some critical positions from Slight as well. But it really did come down to what Slight was doing.
It did. And that's exactly what you need from your more experienced players, too, in Darty and Slight. That kind of coordination, that kind of team play. Those guys have played together for a long time now, off and on. And it's good to see that coming through. I really would like to know who's calling for this team right now. I would have to assume it's B-Will's, just given how long he's been around.
Yeah, I'm not
But
sure.
or maybe they're
Hey.
just kind of running with it.
It might also be one of those teams that they're like, okay, well, we're doing enough right now that we can just do this by committee, which never ever seems to work out in the long run, from my experience. We'll see if, Lycus Empire tends to be that issue for them, but I think a lot of these decisions very heavily relies upon how deep this boss roster goes this time around. And straight away, a bit more active opening plays here from Boss as they take T-Con pretty easily, and Doom just gets ripped to shreds.
Fruit Cup does fall. The nade should do for Izzy. That's a well-placed return from Slight. And the trades, it's 2 for 1. Will favor out for Boss. Don't want to keep him even on the CT side. But that man advantage, well worth the aggression. The losing Fruit Cup does hurt. That does give Slight a little more of an activation. He's still yet to get his op, although I think he'll get it into the next round. Right now, for Lycus Empire, they don't have a lot of utility. They're almost in the same situation Boss were in early on in that first half. No utility on the T side, losing their players early, and just walking about the rest of the map. And Slight's got a bit of an angle over that smoke. Magic, nothing he can do. Darty's just outplayed Tate. 14th degree. Waits for Nightblade to launch. Takes cover. Has help. Oh, that's a brilliant shot by Taven to take out Slight. Darty's still making a menace of himself, and B-Wills comes in on the backstab. This is more what I expected to see from Boss. The coordination, the communication, it's finally coming together for them on this map. That's a real good bit of work there from the Boss team-wise, and there is the op for Slight. He'll drop over that M4, the M4A1 he had in his hands. And for Lycus now. It's half by time. But round 18 is where a lot of their map rests. And then we'll see how important Anubis really is. Because, yeah, it was already going to be important coming into the Veto, but if Boss win this map, it really is to stay alive for Lycus Empire. And that would mean that this train start that kind of got gifted to him over something like a Dust 2 might really just come back to bite him.
Yeah, and again, we spoke about this being the auto pick, so this Veto could have been much worse than it actually was. But when you get a chance like this, it just feels so unfortunate to slip through your fingers, especially with a start that you had. Now all of a sudden, Lycus Empire need to come up with some magic here on these pistols. They'll throw in the A execution smokes and they'll have a bit of utility to cut the distance down, but Slight hits his mark and that should be enough, you'd think, and Frizzy can't even convert that close range Tech 9 shot. Magic still is left up in this one, but he'll just get a parting kill on the Fruit Cup. Double digits found for Boss, and as you mentioned, they're kind of getting a little bit more comfortable now. This is the Boss that we're looking to see close this one out very cleanly.
And the other thing, too, is that Boss is only going to get more and more chemistry the longer they play with this lineup. So the longer they play throughout this qualifier, the better they'll probably get. Now, I think they'll hit a plateau as far as cooling is concerned, even if they have a set IGL, the lack of time they have to be. But as it stands, Boss are looking so good. Now, Sauce does trade out B-Wills, the 1-for-1 that could open up space for Lycus, but Doom was alone. There was nobody else with him. He was just shot out of a cannon, and kind of like Sea of Thieves, you have your guy get on the boat. If he can't 1v3, it's no real point. You just lost a player.
And now, what is that plan B for the Lycus Empire? Caught between no man's land right now, no Ivy control. Again, looking towards this A bomb site. Deep T-con smoke does not actually thwart with Magic's ideas here. Oh, I would have said that. Molly certainly did. Doesn't actually hit the mark. Extinguishes along that T-con smoke. So they're still aware of this possibility here, mind you. So deeper smoke deployed and they can rinse and repeat this idea if they so please. They absolutely will. Now he's flushed out, but can't actually get converted on by Sauce. 40 seconds left on the clock as Pop Dog control is confirmed by the T side. And they're knocking on the door of this A bomb site. At least temporarily. I think this might actually be a fake.
Yeah, there's a lot of lean towards Inter and Boss have not taken the bait. They've smelled it in the water. They've seen it. Now they're starting to bite on it. Sauce taking out Frizzy. He's going to go back. And now Darty spotted the bomb. That's all the information. The bomb went out first. And while Fruit Cup may fall, the rest of the team can come through, and Darty can still be a menace on his own. The bomb plant, though, comes through for time. Molotov's going to be a little bit late, but Magic's still going to take significant damage off of it. Both these players below half HP. A nade could do them in. Slights dropped it in. He takes down one, and all but the second. Perfect utility coming in from the Boss Opper. And that's a brilliant retake again. Darty bides his time. Boss don't overextend. They don't over-rotate. They don't panic in these situations. And the experience proving to make a difference for Boss. We move towards what could be the last couple of rounds of this map. There's going to be a rough time for Lycus if they lose this next round.
Yeah, I got to commend Darty's anchoring abilities there. That's why they're having him on this team for as long as they have. He's learned through so many of these match scenarios, and he's become just so much more cool in those circumstances. Knowing that a fake potential is possible, doesn't give away too much of his crosshair or his positioning. Still finds one, still keeps the man advantage alive, but in this one, he might be up a creek here. Kill opening for Doom, and Darty's actually thinking about getting a bit more frisky at the top of the brown halls. A back spotted. Darty taking one head, but Nightblade there quick on the trade. Slide in for the rotation as Fruit Cup also makes his way through. And that smoke instantly causes a little bit of concern for these Boss players. No conversion for Slight. That should have been one to hit the body, but instead Lycus Empire will turn their attention back to this A-bomb site with Long Dog control.
Doom trying to find an entry, gets spotted, and B-Wills, while it might be a bit messy, will finish the job. Magic over towards front Z, though. B-Will still yet to be unseated. Getting rotation in from Slight in this 3v3 as the bomb goes down. The flank from Fruit Cup, though, is really what could change things, but that's a good win by B. The off on his ankle. Nice shot by Frizzy. And Fruit Cup red, but Frizzy overshoots him. The crouch slide from Fruit Cup works out perfectly, putting Magic in the 1 versus 2. It's planted for him, but he's in a bit of a rough spot. Where they molly him off. It's not going to work. It doesn't even matter. Dink and the follow-up from Fruit Cup, who pops off late. Comes in clutch. And Boss now with map point and 5 of them as well. Have Lycus on the ropes. Their buy is going to be severely lacking utility. One thing too, I feel like Lycus Empire have not utilized their timeouts as best as they could on this team.
Not at all, and that does come back to haunt them, because as I mentioned before, Fruit Cup is a guy that will live and breathe off of the momentum that he creates on his own terms. And as you saw there, that's a youngster that has now learned how to play in these circumstances. Just so decisive in his movements and completely rips one away. And look at this, now Sauce has his turn in the spotlight, lining up 3 kills for himself. Fruit Cup chimes in at the end with 20 kills. And Boss completely changed things up here, completely put the T-side woes in the rear view mirror, and now you got a $107 Boss to deal with from Fruit Cup, and all of a sudden this Veto looks very, very scary, Boggs.
So scary as Boss just turn on the Jets. They started off down 6-1. From that point, they won 12 and lost 1. Utter incredible turnaround from Boss. They didn't lose a single CT round either.
Yeah, and then that shows just the strength of what Boss have on offer when you do have your stars aligned and they are feeling comfortable in the positions that they have. So overall, commendations to Boss, and for Lycus Empire, back to the drawing board. Now they go to their comfort of Anubis moving forward, and we'll see what they have in just a little bit. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it's Anubis on the docket here.
what you were doing all along.
When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right.
As he turns it. Nice headshot.
It started out so well for Lycus Empire, but it only lasted as a flash in the pan. I'm Boggs, joined by Paladin. A 7-5 half lead, a 6-1 lead at one point, turned into a 13-7 loss to Boss, as now we move into Lycus Empire's pick of Anubis. It was a must-win for them coming into this best of three. It's must-win to stave off the lower bracket now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, I don't really feel that excited about what Lycus Empire have on offer, especially considering how hot players like Fruit Cup got towards the end of that one. Even Sauce having a bit of an opportunity as well. So now with Boss getting a T-sided start on Anubis, the world's their oyster. This is the chance to just go tearing through this opening round and put all the doubts to bed, at least temporarily, before having to play stiffer competition.
Oh yeah, this is a great opportunity for Boss to get an easy start to this qualifier. It's stage 2, it's double elimination, but they can take out Lycus if they can do it 2-0. Although they do lose Darty on the pistol, that's a good pistol. Not a good pistol, but now it's Veto and Slicey chime in. Frizzy's trying to push through mid as well, but it's just turned into a meat grinder for Boss to just farm, and Sauce adds a second on the B side too. Boss might have lost the first player, but they lost no one after that, and take the pistol round very convincingly on this T-side start on Anubis.
And it just really comes down to just decisiveness on that T-sided calling. I think the big thing is, again, when we look towards the tail ends of some of these rounds on Train, there were issues. When you keep it simple, when you don't complicate the strategy all too much, I just feel like the pedigree of these individuals that are on this Boss roster can just get the job done again and again. And if you want to go through with this hodgepodge roster where you don't have a dedicated IGL, this is the route in terms of figuring it out, at least for this first opening event, before you have time to figure out how you want to approach it as a 5-man roster.
Yeah, it's definitely some time to settle in, get some reps in, and kind of start figuring out the direction you really want to go. Losing your IGL shortly before the qualifier is a pretty big blow, but Boss seemed to be recovering today as Fruit Cup will get the last two. And it's a 2-0 lead, only losing one again. Not bad at all. The rifles are recovered. That's the important thing. Now we actually get the first gun round of this one. But like his Empire, have a lot to prove. They want to make a case for taking this map and bringing us to a third. If we do get that far, that would be Ancient. But on the note of Ancient and Anubis, at what point do we get cash in the...
I want it now. I want it now.
Same. Now, what map do you want out the most is the question.
Inferno, very easily. I think that's not even like a question in my mind. I think Inferno is just a far too slow-paced map for what we have in Counter-Strike today, and Frizzy wants to speed things up alongside Magic. A quick 3-piece between the three of them. Or the two of them, rather. 3 kills between the two of them. And now Fruit Cup and Darty left up in this one. Bomb dropped in the middle of mid.
The bomb was the first contact.
Unfortunately.
Walking through a smoke. That was a call. And I think that's the calling by committee that can sometimes lead to disastrous circumstances.
Yeah, I think sometimes you'll have this game plan, this plan A that goes through, and then once that plan A fails, that's where you look towards a leader to dig you out of a 4v5, a 3v5. But you don't have that in this situation. It's just kind of players aloof in certain circumstances. And for right now, Darty will remain aloof around the camera, and he'll be spammed down by Tabin. So first round instantly taken by Lycus Empire, and that's exactly the kind of response you want. 3 AKs recovered, 4 players kept alive. And you just want to put this pressure on Boss to produce these late round situations a little bit more consistently. This is your home turf. You're undefeated over these last 3 months. Let's try to keep it that way.
See what they can do. Time to start stacking the rounds. Half buy investment for Boss here. As they'll go fast into B, the Molotov goes and extinguishes itself in the smoke, allowing Fruit Cup through the range of the E-Box. There's 3 players here, but only 2 left standing. Make it 1, as it's up to Magic, who backs away, trying to stay alive with 3 versus 3. Gun upgrades available, 1 already there for Fruit Cup, and not a bad player to have that on either. As he sits with the M4A4, Taven Magic, both coming the same direction, CT spawn. Frizzy over towards Canals. Fruit Cup, not on the angle. B-Wills wants the AK. It is creeping towards it. Spots out 1, but he has not grabbed the gun. That's the important factor. But Fruit Cup holds the line for Bars. Peeks out for the second. Can't quite convert, but B-Wills trades. AK finally gleaned. And look at the time. Frizzy has no way back in. And so it seems that Boss will win the half buy investment. It wasn't even a full force buy. Terrorists they're gonna get out of it only with 1 gun, but that's not the point. The point is that Lycus just lost a round they had to win.
I mean, you look at the cash, they've got oodles of it over on the Boss side of things, and that's what happens when you get so much space as the tease. It doesn't matter what weaponry you have. If there isn't 3 players dedicated to that site, 3 players rock solid on that site as well. I mean, he can collapse like a house of cards if 1 player does hit the deck. And you can just see the importance of staving off these tees off of places like E-Box, places like B main. And how to make matters worse, you've lost A main control. Darty was an instant entry to put pressure on the CTs. When you're in these kinds of 4v5 scenarios as the defense, trying to dig yourself out of it is a nightmare sometimes.
Oh yeah, they just go for aggression. Out B main. All of the Fruit Cups waiting arms. Yeah, there's a trade eventually. But that's 3 kills to the price of 1. Yeah, 1 of them was on A, but that push out, and now Darty gives it back. This is a winnable situation for Lycus. bit of an over-aggression from Boss leads to a chance. Lycus Empire desperately need the round. They can start getting something going, avoiding the snowball of the T-side. If they're able to push that, staggered. But Magic falls into the flames and burns alive. And Taven thinks there's still somebody middle. There's no chance for him to win this one. He's got to try and save. But there's not a lot of time for Lycus Empire. Yeah, it's still early, but they need rounds, and they need it quick.
Absolutely. At this point, you can already see this T-side festering and brewing in confidence. And all you can really do is just watch it happen right in front of you. I would say need more active decision making, and they tried doing that with that dry B main push, but that is the risk that you run, where you got to go into Fruit Cup's crosshairs at that point. Even going 1 for 1 there might have been admirable. There's something that you can work off of that, but going 2 for nothing, that just spells disaster. And now Lycus Empire don't really have much to work with. They pretty much have to give away 5 rounds beyond what Taben can have on offer here, but let's see what he wants to do with this sniper rifle. A main's an option, a flash in for a mid peak, maybe even an E-box pop flash. These are all options.
Options, but what will be selected is the question. Looks like a pretty stock standard heavy B lean on the pistol, as it's not really a chance to go for that rifle aggression yet, but Taven trying to fight. Takes a dink instead and falls away around the obelisk. Able to get 1 though, a chance for 2, but a chance is quickly shut down by Sauce. Bomb plant in, pistols will come in on the rotation. Slight already there to cut down 1 from the stairs. This round's almost done and dusted again in favor of Boss. Lycus Empire, I think a timeout into the gun round would be a very wise call. Figure out what they can do. Because right now, although if they get a lucky pick, actually 2 kills? 2 guns saved is massive for the economy.
Well, I was gonna say nearly 3. Doom can't hold on for long enough, and Magic will not be able to hold on to it either. Fruit Cup dies, but look at how much cash in reserve they have. It's no problem. Honestly, net positive them for there, just not to hold on to the AWP. Don't think Taben can actually invest into it here unless he wants to go glass. And he won't, so actually critical kill there from Fruit Cup at the tail end. And now, a chance for Slight to exert a bit more pressure on that scoped rifle.
See what Lycus can do here. Slight goes for the pick. Nobody's pushing. Mid's completely abandoned as well by the CT side. They're going to the extremities. 3A, 2B. Now a bit of a re-aggression towards middle. Doom goes aggressive. But look at the con with the Canals control. Sauce has all the information. Nightblade's been caught. Magic's made noise. It's been heard by Sauce, who does not miss the second entry as well. And for Tapen and Frizzy, they've seen nothing, heard no one, and they're going to try and save. Boss are about to go up 6-1 here on the T side, and it continues to just snowball in favor of Boss, who have now only lost 2 since it was 6-1.
Crazy to think about in the grand scheme of things, but I think for right now, Lycus Empire, they're spinning a couple too many plates here. You're going for mid-aggression in that kind of position, but you're also going for a dry B main fight. I think in these circumstances, you're kind of jumping the gun everywhere, and I don't think that's advisable moving forward. It's not sustainable, is the biggest thing. There has to be some sort of push and pull. And right now, Boss are just dragging Lycus Empire all the way to the finish line. Not really sure what they can do differently in some of these circumstances, but I just think the way that they're approaching B right now is just too forward-facing.
very one-dimensional. There's no depth. There's not even a second fallback opportunity. It's just one set. And the one set just doesn't work. And again, mid's completely abandoned by Lycus Empire. The only change they've made is putting 3 on me.
Flash through.
Slight spot on him though. He survived the op shot. There's still help down low from Fruit Cup as they realize B main has been retreated from. They go back in. And I think this is going to give B-Wolves the green light to keep moving up towards mid. Whether they end A or B, I think it's going to be based on the picks, but they do have the option with the bomb over to just explode onto this A side. Darty might just catch a couple pushing. The nade's good for his position. But Boss are out protocoling Lycus Empire. They're out aiming Lycus Empire, and they're conditioning Lycus Empire really, really well.
And look at this. 45 seconds left on the clock. B-Wolves is already knocking on the door of camera. That Molotov will push players forward. There's a team kill involved, but Darty's there for the trade. It's all up to Taven here on this A site, and he re-peeks to his own death. That's a beautiful little sequence from Boss. And Lycus Empire, again, no real answer to these key pieces of the map being just discarded from them. They lose mid control. You're essentially staring at it from the temple side. And your A main players are stuck to try and deal with the consequences. The rotations are not swift enough from the heaven end. And they just basically just get boxed out of their own bomb site that they're supposed to defend in the first place. So, all in all, Lycus Empire look completely out of their own depth on this defense. And unfortunately, it's getting to that point where it's a bit too late.
Yet again. They're not even contesting it at all anymore. They've completely abandoned that section of the map. They're giving it up. They don't want to fight it. They don't think they can hold it. And the timeout comes going into round 9. That's 3/4 of the half done. You've already lost 7 rounds, and you're finally calling a timeout. It's too little too late. Now, if they go on a streak and win 4 out of 5, or these last 4 rounds here, bring it to a 7-5, sure, maybe things can come back and turn around. But it's still a far cry. And the odds they do it, they're not great.
Yeah, and that's the biggest issue, is that you're running out of chances to really make this a respectable scoreline, and I don't even really have a high note to really push for this DT side. It feels very disconnected. It feels like their dry attempts at taking space feel very readable. And for them to disassemble, you've got to find a way to jostle the default a little bit more. So far, Boss playing to their own tune. The intro smokes up on this B end, causes that third player to rotate on over, at least consider the rotation over to long side. But again, Boss focusing on taking care of Canal's control and maybe leaving Fruit Cup as a late lurk if they want to split onto this A bomb site. The spacing looks good, and they've got a lot of time if they want to redirect back to E-Box and into B.
In goes the push. No flash for Frizzy yet. He's sitting in pool. Now he's blind, but so are the Boss boys. The Molotovs rain in, but Darty wins that fight. Gap in the flames. In they go. Taven only one as B-Wills follows up his entry. Fruit Cup around. For mid rotations. Perfect shot on a Nightblade. That is a great read. Once again, Lycus Empire are trying to save.
Yeah, I mean, Boss really there. Taking that A main space is critical, but that team flash essentially costs Lycus Empire the round. I mean, you're talking 2-3 players completely blind, a free option for Frizzy to just go ham on that A4. And instead, you're heavy-handedly giving up fountain control, and your AWP is restricted to just one kill. He will spots one player hiding away in the temple, but he actually spots out the other player as well. Either way, it doesn't matter how many guns you save. The fact of the matter is it's just a terrible scoreline to try and dig yourself back from. And again, I can't stress this enough. Fundamentally, there is nothing to celebrate right now for Lycus Empire.
Oh, yeah. No, even if they win a flawless round here, it's still not enough. Even if they win out the next 3 and end the half 8-4, there's so much more they have to do. And just what we've seen from them decision-making wise, rotation-wise, aim-wise, it's not enough. And this was their chance. This was their advantage in the veto. But Nari's going to get flashed in overextension and overconfidence from Boss as they give a couple of kills over to the A main players. B-Wills gets caught as well, and mid, all of a sudden, there's the opportunity for Lycus Empire. They need these rounds. They need them desperately. But if Boss can take away 2-3 guns, it's still not going to be great for Lycus Empire as far as economy is concerned buying to the next round. And once more, 8-4 the best case scenario for Lycus Empire. Maybe Boss get a little wake-up call again here. We'll knock on the door. Hey, focus. They've left B. They've left B, Paladin. They've completely abandoned B.
I think they've overcomplicated the situation just a bit too much, but Magic will still be here once that C4 tries to get punched in. Smoke is up, though, and that's the most brutal thing. They're aware with how open this B bomb site is, surely there's an encroachment from these CT players. So now a real chance for Fruit Cup and Slight to cook. These are the heavy hitters. These are the guys that you want in the clutch. And a real opportunity here now that Magic's shoulder has been spotted. Slight hits the deck, and this is where Fruit Cup's job turned into a nightmare. And any damage would have been nice, maybe even a second kill. But either way, Lycus Empire will get themselves that second round on the board and will inch towards at least a semi-respectable score line.
Counter-terrorists win.
The fact that Boss get a bomb plan out of that is ludicrous. Lycus Empire overcomplicate, they overcompensate, and they put a situation where Boss could have maybe even pulled that 2v5 off. I think the missed shot from Slight did open the door, and a quick kill of him as well. Huge. Buys back for Boss. They'll be able to buy out the rest of the half here. It's the penultimate. I believe though, down at the canal is very early. This is going to be early. He's not being silent at all. And what are Boss doing? They're going mid. I don't think they've gone for a full mid exec since they walked through a smoke so many rounds ago. Do they expect Taven around with the op on this angle? I don't know. It's going to come down to timing, too, because he's just left. The door is open. And Boss have found the timing. When things go right, they keep going right.
Now they've taken back the angle, and this could be problematic for B-Wills, and he will get punished. Smoke can still come up into Temple here, giving a chance to just go straight at this AWP. Magic now also going to have to turn his attention in just a little bit. Finally does. Here comes the A main push. A bit more discombobulated here from the Boss end, but Tavin will be there to punish these mistakes, as Boss don't really feel like they have enough gas left in the tank here. Double swing comes out from Doom and Nightblade, all up to Fruit Cup again. Any damage, as always, will be commendable, but Magic will be there to end it out. 3 rounds now, the good for Lycus Empire, and you're starting to see them punish a lot of these kind of mid-round situations a bit better. And as we kind of saw on Train, for Boss, it was not necessarily how they started, it was how they finished and gaining that momentum to spiral into the second half, which Lycus Empire can kind of gain here at the very tail end.
Lycus grabbed the critical 4th. Default from Boss in this round. they're not going to go for the group up play. They've been getting overconfident in the last few rounds, and I think rightfully so. In a way, were doing everything right for so long that you kind of get lulled into a false sense of security. But Lycus Empire have finally woken up. They took a very long nap. See if they were fresh enough to counter. Timing for Slight to be able to drop that ball in. Sauce could pick up a kill into a deep trade. Messy spray. But he gets it. Nade's gonna do a lot of damage to him though. He swings in for more. He almost takes out Doom, but Doom wins it clean. Relative wave flash in. Doom does spot Darty, but he's able to duck around the corner, find safety into this 4 versus 4. And I like this push-up main from Lycus Empire. He's so ready for it. He catches the drop. He does so much damage. He's got the information, but he's got 2 players to worry about. And Doom will finally put him down. But look at B-Wills. All alone. They have no idea where he is. Oh, he's waiting for Doom to kill the op. And Doom has no idea. 3 versus 2, and Magic's on 12 HP. And these little gaps in the armor that Boss can continue to exploit remain a major focal point of Lycus Empire's weakness.
And now, Frizzy and Magic left with no map control, no space, and quickly running out of time, but they still find a kill on a Slight. But of course, B-Will still stuck in Temple, still has potency in this one. We'll throw it to a little bit of a break before Boss can look for the 2-0 sweep here in Stage 2.
Well, don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people want it
Well, we're back into it as Boss took a commanding lead in the first half of the map pick of Lycus Empire. Boggs and Paladin here on the call. And Paladin, Lycus Empire need a pistol round and a whole lot more to make anything out of this map and thereby this series.
Yeah, a hope, dream, a wish, a prayer, all that good stuff. And straight away, they're going straight into this A grind of position for the CTs. Fruit Cup and Sauce both find one between the two of them. And now Magic's pouring on to just his dear life here on this end. Luckily for the Lycus Empire, they found an opening onto this B bomb site. And this leads us into a 2v2, one that Nightblade and Tabin must get through somehow. And Nightblade will do it all on his lonesome. Takes a goosh, but it's not any problem. The road to redemption is here.
The road to redemption. It begins with a pistol round victory, and they've accomplished it. But there needs to be a lot more. No Force 5 from Boss, just a Deagle for Fruit Cup, a Flashbang for Slight, and a P250 for Sauce. Love some P250 action, so we'll see. Meanwhile, Galil's on 3, AK on 2. Lycus going all in on the buys here. Not really going for utility, going for the frag and firepower potential instead. Off, down to Dark. Slight, forced out of position, gets killed. Second molly goes in, clears out the pillar. Over on the obelisk though, and a tag on the Doom does a lot of damage, and Fruit Cup's still here. They haven't cleared him, but now they do. That should just about solidify the round as Sauce falls into his turn. Last two standing, 1 and 2. They fall like flies. And now, 2 in a row for Lycus Empire, but they're going to be tested. The guns are out for Boss, and the utility is there as well.
Lot riding on this one here for the scope of this half. For Boss specifically, I'd say, just because of the amount of momentum the T side can develop in such a short period of time. So straight away, what is that game plan to get a player set on a specific part of the map? Right now, not really much focus on the middle end, not much focus on Darty, a very self-sufficient player in his own right on A. But Sauce is straight up going to have to do a lot of work out the gates, and he finds himself a double, and no trade potential means that Sauce can go ham. Triple kill for him in this round here, and all of a sudden, Boss just look like strong front runners in round number 15.
Why do they wait for the 1-1 peak? They gave Sauce so much time to reset in between each duel. Oh my gosh. It's Counter-Strike 101. You don't peek one at a time. It used to say it in the loading screen and go. Don't peek one at a time. Oh my gosh, that is Alright, that's gonna make Sauce feel good about himself. He almost gets the 4th out of that too, which is crazy. But at that point, he's just getting 3 individual 1v1s. At some point, he's gonna lose the duel. But he gets 3 for the price of 1. He's feeling good. Alright, I'm showing up on these guys. And Frizzy's made all the noise.
Yeah, there's not really much secret about where he's headed off to. And B-Bills will get that last kill. 10 now for Boss. And again, I spoke about what that means for the scope of this half. And now straight away you see the potency of Boss. On the defense, granted, gifted a lifeline with that mid play. And already getting to the end of the coffers on the Lycus Empire end. Mac 10 on Magic, and running out of runway here. Perhaps just a B-pop might be the simple solution, but this one's gonna have to be one hell of a B-pop. And it's not. At all. Actually.
It's quite the opposite. Just a complete and total disaster. That's very dismal showing. As Lycus' time in the server seems to be running towards its end. See what they can do. Once more, things go from bad to worse for Lycus Empire. Pistols, 1 player with armor, 2 flashbangs for utility. That nade, you do some damage. A lot of damage.
Yeah. I like that little setup there. Lull Fruit Cup, or lull Nightblade into a false sense of security, then chunk him with the nade. Fruit Cup completes a couple more kills. Even more on offer here on the back of the B bomb site. And his teammates will help clean up all the action. Match point now for Boss as they look to trounce their way into the second stage of competition. And for Lycus, very, very dismal showing. From really start to finish, I think we maybe had 1 good half of Counter-Strike out of them, if that. And that's a real worrying sign moving forward.
We got 7 good rounds. And that was about it. Nice shot from Slight. As an aggressive push from Tabin sees him dry fighting Darty, who's already chunked him down with utility. The inevitable is looming more and more over the heads of Lycus Empire, and that's a trip down to the lower bracket. They play the loser of Getting Info versus
Lag.
Lag right there. And it's not going to be an easy game for either, especially since Getting Info have turned things around in Map 2. Meanwhile, I believe we have Marco Registrada versus the loser of Blue Jays and Marsborn on our side of things, so that'll be an interesting one. Ooh, good damage. They need more. There's the second. This round's open. There's an opportunity for Lycus Empire.
Yeah, very barren defense. Just ripped to shreds by Nightblade. Completely disassembling that one. Definitely got to commend him for that. Fruit Cup and Darty will still have a hand at this one. Especially with how hot Fruit Cup is feeling right now. Continue to encroach, but it should be a Nightblade on for the ace and nearly gets it over the line. 15 HP from that achievement. Now that nade should be the end of Fruit Cup, and it shall. 20 kills for him, but another round at least on display here for Lycus Empire. Credit to Nightblade. Been very quiet this entire series and finally finds that necessary impact to carve up a round.
They have to carve 6 more to take it to overtime. This is going to be a rough ski one. Such a long road back in. They can't all rely on 4Ks from Nightblade. And I don't think they'll get another opportunity like that last round either. For Boss, it's got to be a 1 and done. Can't let that happen again. Definitely need much more. Team and for moving forward, a good flash from Tabin allows Doom to get the end. Playing that position consistently. And when they don't just dry fight him 1 at a time, 3 in a row, it's a little bit more difficult to get the 3K out of it.
And now, Fruit Cup tasked with a lot of importance here in middle, and re-peeking there feels a little overzealous. Luckily, the trade from Darty is there, but now Lycus Empire are aware of how dislodged the A anchor is. This site is undermanned, and they should be able to get this bomb down. Darty still lives to tell the tale, still trying to duel forward, and he gets 1 and nearly lines up a second. I don't know how he's getting so many offers. Doom on the other end. Oh my goodness, so many targets on Darty's plate, and he doesn't have the bullets to shoot every one of them. The Lycus Empire should get themselves an 8th as well, considering the finances. And they inch ever closer. It's going to take a little bit more, but they're still getting their heads in the game right now.
Starting to become more and more feasible for Lycus Empire to get back into this. They're only down by 5 now. Pistol's out for Boss, but we've seen Boss have success with a buy similar to this before. On this very map, as a matter of fact. Sees the push, gets nothing. Damage, sure, but the flashbang perfect. Magic cannot convert. Not good at all. The gun's not recoverable. That's the only silver lining here. But Fruit Cup Deagle might just ruin the day of Nightblade or more. Molotov won't force him out. He's still allowed to take a good angle. Tries to go for the headshot. Can't quite land it. B will though. He's around the site. Yes, and he swings out, but he can't bring the Deagle to bear. Too much recoil. Slice does accomplish just that, but what a return. What a refrag from Nightblade.
Solid there. And now Darty will have to hold on to this AK. 4 more rounds needed to claw this one back, and Lycus Empire is still yet to plant the bomb. Very curious as to why it took that long, but either way, semantics. Game gets closer and closer. Still don't feel as though Boss have that tingling sensation that this one could be choked away. But we're getting closer and closer to that point. Couple more hurdles to cross.
Now again, this was just the pistol round from Boss, so they'll have another buy up here. Do want to see Slide on the op on the CT side. Do want to see him try and get that activated. One, but that spray is way too wild. Never gonna work. He is put down. No op for Slight. Might even say if you're Boss, half buy here. Make sure you get your full firepower. That's exactly what they're gonna do. It's not like they're throwing the round away either. I like this call.
It's just like that Furia-esque buy where on the first buy round they would buy all MP9s. You still have potency with those close-range SMGs, but there is always that extra bonus of getting that knockout blow with the full buy. Making sure that Slight's got that AWP. Taven still finds his first man with that AWP going aggressive here in the middle. But Fruit Cup has gotten on over to that left-hand side. And that can be dangerous. That has the potency of really causing a ruckus, especially now that B-Wolves has been spotted. Dink is up. And Fruit Cup will continue to surge forward. Darty's there with one. Doom trying to chime back in the other way, and he deals with the threat. That's very wonderfully done, and that really keeps them alive in this series altogether. Slight now left up in 1-on-4, just trying to find some sort of damage, and he can't do it. But now the purchase comes through. 3 chances now still for Boss to close this one out. And they'll have all the bells and whistles to do it.
The op for Slight. The M4 is the utility for the rest of the roster. Slight lacks utility, but it's not really that big of an issue. The rest of the team has what they need. 2 kits up 2. This is where Boss just need to put their foot down. Their collective foot. The Voltron foot. And just win it. Or I guess you could say Megazord as well if you want to go Power Rangers. Either way. They just have to win it. 1 more round. That's all it takes. Sometimes that 1 round is the most elusive. All this now is control for Magic. Yes, he has taken damage. Around the corner, B-Wolves telegraph Magic's position. B-Wolves is going to be heard, and the smoke will again betray his spot. For Boss, and for Lycus. This round is incredibly important. Lycus obviously can't afford to lose another one. Boss, on the other hand, desperately need to end this now. They can't let Lycus hang around any longer.
And now they encroach upon this B bomb site and still have feelers out in middle. Tabin will have that camera angle to rely upon if they want to go back. Flash in for B Wills, an engagement on this E-box end. Nobody to give up a kill just yet, and Magic still hits the shot. An absolute missile in the E-box, and now an opportunity to bulldoze their way into this B bomb site. Sauce is going to try his hand at helping out. Fuskup chimes in, the spam is slightly off the mark, and Doom is there on the trade. Tabin finally unlocks with that mid lurk, and it's all up to Slight in the 1v3. Tabin still finds a way to get all the way to B main, and now it's a save sim for Slight. Lycus Empire have found a way to just scamper along and drag their way closer and closer to overtime. These rounds aren't clean, they aren't masterfully planned, but they're just getting the job done. And at the end of the day, staying alive in the competition is all that you need before you can get that knockout blow.
Just one round at a time for Lycus Empire. That's exactly what they're having to try and do. Slight will get a little more confidence boosting with that second kill. He's not had a good map at all. In fact, bottom of the scoreboard on his team. Fruit Cup again really carrying the banner for Boss, which is good to see, but he needs a little bit more help. It can't just be Fruit Cup and Sauce in his isolation moments. There needs to be somebody else to step up for this team. They're going to buy around the op at least halfway. MP9's on 2, Deagle's on 2, Armor on the full 5. No kit, but they're just going for damage, and hey, if they win the round, they win the round. It's not exactly all their eggs in this one basket. They're trying to line their ducks up in a row for the next round instead. Slight. Tested first, takes his shot too early, somehow able to get around it. He does have some help from B-Wills, so that nade will do a little bit of tickling damage. But it's not enough to really write home about. Slight's gonna bail as well. All the way out to middle. And no one's coming back through. It's all just that B-Wills now. Good flash over. Slight has the assist as Sauce and Fruit Cup both chime into middle. 2 quick kills from the Boss Boys. And Lycus Empire have not had anything to respond with. That 7 damage nade is the most they've had to answer the beginning from Boss.
And now, everything to play for Lycus Empire. No map control taken. They've got to re-clear the middle of the map. And this is the Lion's Den. This is where they lost these 2 bodies to begin with. Sauce is now recovered in AK. More damage to pepper through. And Sauce will be the one to potentially just end this right here, right now. Just Tabin left up in a 1-on-5. And we will see Boss move on. Yes, there were a couple of hiccups along the road. You had that first spell on Train and the last spell here on Anubis. But at the end of the day, back-to-back 100+ DAR games from Fruit Cup showcases the individual prowess of Fruit Cup and the skill that Boss have on their roster.
And here's the other thing too. Boss had only played Anubis once in the last 3 months. That was a 13-4 loss against Getting Info. They won 0 CT rounds in that one. Not one. They turn it around here against Lycus Empire. Their T side was great. And the CT side, yeah, it had its holes, it had its problems. But considering it's a map that Boss really don't want to play, it's a good enough performance. They got the job done in 2. And they can claim those VRS points. Lycus Empire aren't done. They have the lower bracket, but it's not going to get easy for them because now they are at the end of the road. They lose one more, it's done, they're dusted, and they're out of this qualifier. And for Boss, it's time to wait and see who they play next.
Yeah, it'll be a very interesting matchup to go on forward. But folks, we've got quite a bit of time before our next game, and we'll let the bracket continue to develop, but we'll be back for a lower bracket matchup that you won't want to miss. It's the loser of Marsborn and Blue Jays versus Marca Registrada. So we'll see you in just a little bit, I suppose. Get a snack, get some dinner, and we'll see you very, very shortly. So take care, folks.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just another piece of data. Just This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. It's just another number, another number, another
Yeah, we go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and I Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. I'm with the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS, I no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man were louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
moment's right, when the moment's right, you see me. Feeling out the fire, feeling out the fire, always. Bring me on, then I can be whole now. Bring me on,
my speech is slurred. I can't find the words, the ones that make you turn around and tell me it's alright. A little bit more to keep me going. Feels like my feet have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down. There's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. And if I can't be with you, take my heart, you can have it. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along. Tried to disappear. You can't find me. You can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. You always keep me on my toes. Don't wanna keep on going. If I can't be with you, take my heart, you can have it. You knew what you were doing. Take my heart, you can have it. You knew what you were doing all along. Take my heart, you can have it. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly fades, losing the race, closing
gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Well, don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Yeah, we gotta do it right.
I've been with some pretty angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, can't take it no more. No. 'Cause the way you say they're killing me won't let you bring me down. Even though you think you're better than me.
every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
What a
gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a water for your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers game. The fights, the fear, the flame. This is the numbers game. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just another piece of data. Just This is the numbers game. The fights, the fear, the flame. This is the numbers game. It's just another
Yeah, we go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and I Bombay ice. Gotta seeing stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live till the bullets till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS or no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Ridden got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
We have one more matchup here tonight in the Season 22 of ESL Pro League North American Closed Qualifier. I'm Boggs, he's Paladin, and one of these two teams will leave us tonight.
Unfortunate that this is the way that it has to be, but the way the cookie crumbles, Marsborn taking on Marca Registrada here in this lower bracket matchup will be an interesting one to say the least. I think having Marsborn in this lower bracket is not necessarily what you might expect, but with the wonky Veto, perhaps there is a world where Marca can have a bit of an upset conversation. It's going to be a grueling affair if they want to get there, but they get a chance in playing into Inferno, which although they don't necessarily play it all too often, neither do Marsborn at a high level. And with that looming question mark of how Lucid can perform in this kind of circumstance, perhaps we can open the door of that conversation of the Mexicans having a chance here.
I think that's a definite question, is how Lucid can perform. Yes, Marsborn did take a map off the Blue Jays, but the other two were not very close at all. So you have to think there is a massive gap in the firepower for Marsborn and overall in the structure as well. You have your coach playing, and presumably he's not calling as well. I would assume Walco is either calling or maybe they have Chop calling it as well. I know he wanted to.
Well, it would be Wolfie. It has been Wolfie for quite some time, yes. And I think honestly, Wolfie and that Lucid connection might be still pretty solid for them.
Well, we'll see. I mean, this is a game where, on paper, if this was a full solid 5 Marsborn, it shouldn't be too much of a contest. But you have Inferno coming through, and you don't have Nuke coming through, which is what Marsborn beat Blue Jays on 13-3. I think that was why Inferno was left in. Marca Registrada did not want to try that at all. They figure they have a better shot on Nuke, and I kind of see where they're coming from on that. But overall, can Lucid at least be serviceable enough to where it's not a detriment to the team?
Yeah, that's
two maps.
Absolutely the biggest issue for them. But overall, I've been seeing a lot of good stuff, or at least hearing a lot of good stuff about what Walco's been able to do. We think about the knowledge that he brings to a team, and that's nice and all. But I think the biggest issue as to why he was not staying on a lot of these top level teams was, frankly, not putting out enough individually. And I think against a team like Marca Registrada, I have a high expectation that he can perform, that he can produce enough of an output, but that will be another question mark for me as to how much he can impact in the server today. But we'll start here on Dust 2. This has still been a fairly great map for Marsborn. They should be able to start this on the right foot, but one bullet, one headshot for B1, and Wolfie with those dual Berettas are completely out of the round.
And so is Chris as well, a 1-for-1 trade, maintaining the advantage for Marca Registrada as they move their way into the open A site. Walco coming in CT, all 3 remaining CTs through their own spawn. A Walco with a flash from Lucid does at least get one, but the trades are not going the way of Marsborn. AMC with a pair, and Marca Registrada strike first and take the opening pistol. They don't get the bomb plant, but they got the round of the board. No buy up here from Marsborn. Should be strictly USPs, maybe a flashbang, maybe a P250. Never mind. All in for Spy. And Marca Registrada are ready for this. They've gone full rifles here. They've got utility as well. The MP9s around a corner are going to be difficult to deal with, but when it comes to a long-range engagement, so much is left on that scout for Wolfie. If Marca Registrada can keep range between them and the opposition, they should not have much trouble at all with this round.
Not at all. I'm looking towards players like Grizz and Wolfie to be those difference makers as this game continues to go the distance. More so than usual, especially with the Limbo 5th conversation and the embedding of Walco. This has a smoke gap on it, and the nade is actually popping open the smoke, giving a chance to Lucid and giving a 5v4 over to Marsborn. Majestics, meanwhile, will go perusing into this B bomb plate, and he continues his journey with finding that this is an open B bomb site. AMC will find in the middle of the map. While Walco pulls back another. Very awkward situation here for Marco when the bomb is down in middle and they've got the open B bomb site. It's just how do you get that C4 to that proper site?
That's a good question. The Molotov, though, might just work out as Grizz can get back to that catwalk. He does get taken away, and Majestics finds Lucid as well, leaving Walco with that saved Galil in a 1 versus 3. He can isolate this first fight, which he does, not successfully. Marco Registrada escape with that second round and move into an anti-eco, looking to go up 3-0 on Marsborn. A lot more to see from both of these two teams as to whether or not the upset can really truly be brewing, but as it stands, the right ingredients are being added to the pot for Marco Registrada. And it is their map pick.
Well, when I look at Marco Registrada, the guy that I'm looking at is AMC. I think this guy, an aggro rifler that is willing to really create space for this team and set the tempo. And so far, back-to-back kills, back-to-back multi-kills rather, for him in this best of 3. And they'll need him to step up and continue to set that tempo if they want anything to say in this best of 3.
Well, he needs more than one, and he does not get more than one. Spamsy down, ball range for B1, and Walco falls in the interim. Dink down is for Taylor, and Grizz will finish the job, but no armor behind Grizz's line. AK picked up, I don't think he's going to want to waste that, so save the AK, concede the third, but the economic damage is done. Marco Registrada are not going to be in the best of economic situations, at least for Spamsy. Everybody else should have enough to buy, but they're going to be in a bit of a reset scenario coming into round 4, which means if Marsborn can take that one, they have a good chance at getting 2 in a row to start off their CT gun rounds. And Grizz may just get lucky too. Gets an exit, even better, especially on the Majestics. 850 in the bank. That would go a long way to making this a little bit better. Then Grizz can't quite bring it down though. The aim punch might have stopped him, and the headshot, of course, for good measure. That would have been a nice extra kill. Regardless, though, Marsborn get the full buy, the op for Wolfie. That op will not be available for the T side. As you can see, they're shuffling guns around, and here's the chance for Marsborn to try and give themselves a good spot at getting 2 in a row into the CT half of Dust 2. 3 kits abound as well. The op is down. Takes a shot and moves into lower behind that smoke. Won't see anything. And so he'll back away. He needs to be careful not to lose that early. Losing an early pick, especially op, would be detrimental to Marsborn's cause. And he's all alone with no real support. Has to be very careful not to get over front. There's nobody nearby, and I think luckily it's going to be a cat ace split. He won't really be tested yet.
Flash in for AMC to fight for Taylor around the area. But an instant smoke up on catwalk will deny that peering AWP. Majestics has been getting really finicky around these tunnels to take that opening duel, but yet to find it. Grizz just dry going in through long, gets a key kill onto Spamsy. It means that this cat execute has to be instantaneous, and now Grizz hustles on over. Lucid will have to do some work, and he can't find anything. Bursts from Grizz don't actually hit the mark, so at this point, even though he deals with that long pressure, a cat plant can really benefit for Marco Registrada in this post plant.
Got the kill from Walco. Grizz does get another good flash from Chop. Grizz doubles down. Walco coming up. It's Wolfie to get the kill instead on the barrels play, but Jester can do nothing here. Although it is funny for Cat. If they dally, they can fall victim to Majestic coming through. And they're giving him all the time in the world. Nades way too early. One on the bomb, the ops on the angle. Do it. Shots missed, and an extra kill comes through on the Grizz. Wolfie really needed to land that shot on the first chance. That's going to be damaging to the CT economy as Marco Registrada buying back into this round, but their economy is sorely lacking. And they might even go for a half here. No, Spamsy goes in for the Galil. They have to go all in. A half would have been a very rough choice, and too respectable of Marsborn at this stage of the game. Have to take advantage of every inch, and if you can take Marsborn down now, the T-side economy can snowball, as can that round count.
Yeah, when the bomb goes down and you get 3 kills, especially with how early this game is continuing on, I think it's wise to go for a buy like this. But when Wolfie is putting moves on in lower tunnels, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. They'll be able to get him out safely, but long has been lost. This is obviously very loud, and these Cat players should be able to move back over on that defensive end. But for Taylor, still causing concern on the B side. They'll find out that it's just a ruse, and surely Lucid can slow the pace of the round down. But AMC has gotten very far forward. The nade up, and sure, it does some damage to kick open the smoke, but it's still a 2v2, and there's still a chance at a bomb plant here. Marca Registrada fighting tooth and nail to get this one over the line.
The bomb down, they have some advantage, but no utility for either side, means it's going to come strictly down to the fights. Wolfie's op moving up long. Walko on Cat. Walko with angle for Spamzy, but not good enough. Great shot by Wolfie as he predicts the car position perfectly. AMC now stuck behind single box. Pops up and pops back down. Can't finish the job. As Walko walks up, takes a little bit of time, but he hits his headshot. And 2 again survive for Marsborn. Importantly, keeping that op up again. And the bomb plant not enough for Marco Registrada to get a full buy into this next round. I think it's
not
time
enough
to go for the half.
Not enough loss bonus either, so yeah, definitely the route here for markup. But Marsborn, on the other hand, starting to see just a little bit more out of Walko entirely. I mean, individually, he looks very sharp so far. Obviously taking breaks here and there after his big organizational stints. And now tasked with figuring out what to do with this Marsborn roster. Is he going to continue focusing individually? Does he want to move over to that calling side of things, give Wolfie a little bit more room to breathe? We'll see how that develops as time goes on. But this is a great first test for this Marsborn team as to how deep that they can go in this bracket. Of course, having to do it with their coach will never make it an easier task. You can see the hampering that it brings to some of these defensive setups. But so far, they're getting rid of those weaknesses somehow, some way. They're patching it up. And they just needed to stay alive in this lower bracket. Cat execute to come in. Avantgarde smokes drop through. And they'll just go in straight dry. See if they can cut down the distance and push Wolfie off these angles.
There's a good one from Wolfie. Loose it up on. Loose, though, needs that kill as Wolfie gets stabbed to the back. There's that gap in the defense that you were talking about. 3 versus 3 with the pistols upgrading, an op available to pick up. I don't think they're going to be able to recover it yet. It's too far up long. Chop will spot the head, I think, IMC. He will finish the job as well. Still have to be worried about the tap. Gets up the kill, but no, the nade will do Spamzy, and Grizz will get another. So Marsborn survived, but that's 3 consecutive bomb plants for Marco Registrada, despite winning their first 3 without a bomb plant and losing their next 3 with a bomb plant. It's going to be good for the economy, good to get the utility up. But one thing they'll still lack is an op to contest with Wolfie early on in this game. See how much that hurts them, and maybe if they want to go for a B-lead.
They have been fashioning themselves to taking that upper control pretty regularly, and I do like that. Putting that initial conditioning in the minds of Marsborn, it might cause a little bit of concern. And look at Grizz, man, charging his way through. He had the flash set up from his teammate, and able to get the second one full blind is also the icing on the cake. 8 HP left, but it doesn't matter. This 5v3 is a huge benefit to the CT side. Chop keeps his life up on the B end. Leaves B1 to start getting frisky behind this mid smoke, but thinks better of it. So great work there from Grizz, and as this round continues to slow down, the options for Marca continues to dwindle.
Yeah, that was a great start from Grizz, who's stepping it up big time in this one. Wolfie adds another one with the op, as Marca Registrada have not got anything to answer with yet. Little bit of damage here and there, sure, but it is not going well. Wolfie ready to grab on. Flash too early, takes it. Not expecting the run. Over flicks onto for Taylor. So finally, Marco just trying to get a kill, which actually could open up for a bomb plan now. Still have to get it down as Lucid closes the gap, but he's been struggling. He could double up here. He gets the he can't quite get the kill. That's a good moment for the coach to activate. He gets his one. Teammates there for the trade as well. Marsborn take an early lead. Opera covered too. Goes back to Wolfie. But if Grizz, Walco, and Wolfie can play as they have right now, I think Marsborn should be okay. I would like to see Chop step it up a little bit too, though. He's a guy who hasn't been tested a lot.
I think Chop is one of those guys that raises the ceiling of Marsborn considerably, but can also ruin their floor if he's not actually up to the task. And they are going towards his B bomb site. Tech 9's Mac 10, this is the real test for him. Flashes to come through, and he's got to connect. He'll find, after a labored spray, to find one. But as he continues to run out of bullets, things get a little bit more dicey there. He connects with the USB, no problem. That back plat position can be very forgiving at times. And now it's just AMC left up in this one, seeing if he can get any sort of damage. He gets rid of Wolfie, but runs out of bullets. Recovery mission for that sniper rifle is there. And Marsborn fend off the B aggression.
Well done from Wolfie and Chop. Chop takes that first bit of aggression. Walco, excuse me, not Wolfie. Walco's around the corner, playing towards Card. Just gets the players as they run out, looking at Chop. And good chance for Chop to get a multi-kill and boost his confidence as well. Back on the buy, though, for Marca. Galil for B1, AKs for everybody else. A little more lacking in utility department, particularly AMC, who's cooled off despite those early multi-kills. He was the catalyst for those first couple of rounds for Marco Registrada. And now he's just kind of vanished into obscurity. It's been for Taylor for the most part, B1 here and there. But Marsborn are settling into a rhythm here on this defense. They're starting to get comfortable, starting to play well off of each other. The utility for the retakes. And Wolfie now positioning up. Cat play, takes a shot. Flash pops through. Backs away with his life, and that's the important thing. Leaving Lucid as the solo A defense is a bit risky.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that Marsborn want to play their own brand of Counter-Strike, and assuming that Lucid is an equal player on this 5-man unit, which is worrying. Either way, they're going to go into the middle of the map and hope that they can potentially bound their way into the B split. Somehow Chop is snuck his way through his own smoke and is in upper tunnels, but surely Marco Registrar should be aware of this possibility as Grizz hits the deck as well. And yeah, there's the nade to kick things open, and it's just a firing squad on the other end. Lucid will save his A1S, but I love that little switch up there from Marco. They toss in the cat smokes to fade another Xe, but actually use that cover to bound in a CT spawn and then commit to the mid split. Very crafty, and it nets them a very earned 4th round.
Yeah, well-deserved 4th round from Marco Registrada, and Lucid might not even survive this. AMC up, and AMC down. I think Lucid might be fine. I don't know if Majestics can get there fast enough.
Terrorists win.
Has to be careful not to lose too young to this T-Sal. Oh, that is lucky. For both players. One of each could easily have fallen to the other. Op should go back to Wolfie. Rifles on the rest. But another good adjustment from Marco Registrada as we have a technical pause going in now. Let's see how long this one lasts. Hopefully not too long. But as it stands, a relatively even gun portion. Finally starting to lean back towards Marco Registrada after they won those first 3. But even the rounds that Marsborn were winning in that 5-round streak were not exactly the most confident. A lot of casualties and opportunities for Marco Registrada where they were consistently getting the bomb down and bringing it to a 3 versus 3, 2 versus 2.
Yeah, I think they've kind of understood that they're going to have to do a little bit more beyond just the post plant here. And they already go deep into their playbook to try and find some answers. And so far the success looks pretty nice. I like what they were able to do in that round previously, but having those set play rounds are going to be hard to replicate on a regular basis when you're playing against a roster like Marsborn, a team that is able to adapt to these circumstances very quickly. And something that is good for them is that they've got a lot of brains on the server. You've got Walco, you've got Wolfie, you've got Lucid. All of these guys definitely have the ability to synthesize how to not let that happen again. And now it comes down to executing on that adaptation in round number 10. Spamsy brings out the AWP, hasn't done so for quite some time, and sits in that Molotov and is rewarded for that HP risk. Lucid hits the deck and an instant 5v4 for Marco Registrada. Now, if he misses it, okay, we're not even going to continue that conversation. He doesn't miss, and now it's just AMC. 1v3 necessary, drops in a CT spawn and actually has an avenue into that B bomb site, at least temporarily. Nails the shot onto Walco. Beautiful little prediction there. And with Wolfie having his gun not out, maybe there was a chance, but Grizz still nails it. Guards his captain's life. And now Marsborn find a way to right this ship. Again, adaptation to these situations. And for the Mexican core, they'll have one more purchase left in the tank. You can already see that the core of this roster, Grizz, Wolfie, and Chop, are doing their job. And having that additive factor of Walco also chiming in, it's making up for the deficiencies that Marsborn have to go through.
Yeah, it is. Chop still hasn't really been tested too much. It's the life of a being. That's a good nade going into tunnels. Softens up Majestics and AMC. Last 2 rounds to have here. Just desperately want to grab a 5th. If they can grab 6-6, that would be huge. Tries to split the gap and is unsuccessful at that. That was a perfect lineup, but bullet
very
close.
close.
Walls, close, but no cigar. I don't know if Walco spotted the players in front. No, he did. Now he does. Smoke's going to be a little belated, but Chop's around the car. Now he's playing that spot Walco was earlier. Walco traded out, but Chop's still doing more and more damage. Off! No, he does not. Wolfie finds Spamsy in the interim. Smoke down door. HE for Wolfie. Floating open the smoke instead of trying to stop that plan. Doesn't know that Majestics is 1 HP, but Lucid smoke spam, wallbang spam will work for the kill. 1 versus 3 for AMC. Can he be the hero here? Does not have the bomb in his possession yet. Still has to get it down. And only has a nade for utility. Not enough to work with, but he can take down a lineup here. That would have been great, but he doesn't even get past the first hurdle. No scope from Wolfie. And the 7th round of the board from Marsborn. No plant means less money for Marco Registrada. And 2 Galils, if not 3, will be purchased up for them. 3 Galils, an AK, and a MAC-10 is not the buy you want to have to try and eke out a 5th round on the T side.
And not after a collapse like that on the B bomb site, just baited in by Walco's jump spotting, considering that there might just be one singular player on the other end. So they're going to up the tempo this time around, trying to burst it along a little bit faster. But Grizz has been an absolute titan on this end. He'll find his first kill, but takes significant damage. Flash connects. As AMC keeps searching, he'll take some damage the other way. Lucid can't connect the other way, and Walco finally spins around to help out his coach. For Taylor, on the other end though, continues the pace all the way up through Catwalk, and this high tempo play from Marco Registrada is netting them at least in their bomb plant and a favorable man advantage situation.
Your buy's not ideal. You have to try something. There has to be a gimmick, and the gimmick is fast aggression. That cat play really locks it down. If Walker was able to stay alive, that does not exactly go the same way.
Ooh.
But great nades onto Majestics over on the site. We got utility coming in. There's flames now towards the site. Exposed behind double. The Obstacle trying to find something. Chop as well, tapping away. It nets 1 kill. He's very low though, 2 HP. Wolfie, Chop drops down, 9 rounds in the magazine. Headshot from B1. HP low for Wolfie, and there's the bait and switch. Majestics finishes, and Marco Registrada, despite winning the first 3, end with 5. We'll see what happens after the half break. Marsborn lost the first 3. They bring it back to a 7-5 CT half on Dust 2. Boggs and Paladin here on the call. B1 with dual Berettas, no kit for the Marco Registrada side, and a long A play ready to come through as there's 4 to defend from the CTs. Double flashes over. Spamsy and Pit not the first to get a kill. AMC is for Taylor. Majestics getting 2. Spamsy finally activates. And it looks like Marco Registrada are about to net both pistol rounds here as Wolfie crawls and only crawls to an early grave. This is a prime opportunity for Marco Registrada to tie this up early in the half. And let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, it's just smartly done from Marco Registrada. It's just a pure counter It's a long take with 4 players on the other end. You've got a player playing anti, a player that made it to pit, and even a deep player closer to the elevator to give you some flashes if you need any help. So there was no way that Marsborn were going to be able to build their way out of that one. Full Glock round here, not a single penny invested for Marsborn.
Smart.
And with that, they're not even going to take the existence approach. They're just going to go barreling into this big box. They have to get way further up than I would ever expect, but no kills, no problem. Marco will get the equalizing round, and right back to it, Marsborn now have to produce.
The buy is in. AKs across the board. But almost want Lucid to go Galil for the extra utility here, though. An extra Molly, an extra HE could go a long way. Go 5 AK. Wolfie down suicide, looking for a pick towards middle. Sees nothing. Heavy B lean on this default, too. 2 players in upper tons. Towards top middle. I'm thinking we're looking at a mid B split from the early positioning of these Marsborn players, unless they want to audible something back to Cat.
It's a possibility. They keep chaining these smokes up in long, so no real rush for Marsborn in case they want to look into some potential aggression there. Ollie up through the short side, and they will be able to get up through that safely. Very slow, measured approach here from the T side, and finally they decide to show face. Bit of chip damage, but you still have a player that's beaten the utility in Walco, and I don't know if Marco's aware of that. Molly dropped actually through the boards, and while they try to recover it, this is where Marsborn strikes. This could be an untimely mistake as Walco finds the trade through. Chop actually spots another body crossing back over. The idea for a mid-B split is still on the cards with 40 seconds left here.
And the smoke's down mid, too. But it looks like they're going to go the safe way through upper tons, leaving Grizz to be the lurker down towards mid. Only B1 left to defend, but he's got a good position with that A1S. He can get 2, if not 3 out. Put him out well, but he can't even get 1. Jump over his crosshair, and Grizz gets himself a 3rd there. Great control of the spray. And Grizz has been spectacular for this Marsborn team in this map, and it's been great to see him perform like this.
He's been the beating heart of this Marsborn roster throughout all of their successes, and frankly, their losses as well. I think about just how much impact that he has on the server with the roles that he's been given, and when he is on his game, it's very hard to find a Marsborn loss in that regard. So seeing him come alive in this fashion, giving him the space in that fashion as well is very important. And look at this late long take here. Lucid wants to cut the distance, willing to die for his team because he knows there's some trades available. Grizz and Chop chime in for 3 kills, but AMC's still alive and kicking, and he finds himself a quick double as well. And as the dust settles, Walco wants to take advantage of this instant mid-B split smoke. And they can go charging through if they so please. They've spotted out everybody but for Taylor. Walco will play up and close against this smoke back between both of them. But Walco will come out the better. Tap to the back of the head. It's all up to AMC in the 1v2. But as that bomb gets planted on the B bomb site, his job goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, an op retake of the B site. 1 versus 2. Is worse than the MP9 retake of the B site, 1 versus 2. But the MP9 retake without utility is, I'm actually going to say, decently doable. If you can isolate a fight that doesn't end in a headshot, there's a chance. But Walco was always going to hit that. Wolfie was right there for the trade. The lack of utility really did put AMC in a rough spot, and given the money, I can see why he went for it. It was technically winnable, but saving the op would have probably been a better call, especially because now I think it got picked up by Wolfie.
I think the biggest issue when it comes to rounds like that is, especially if you're the underdog, you have to say that this is one of those rounds. If we can swing it to our favor, we can pull off the upset. But as you mentioned, economically savvy decision, yes, to save that AWP. And may end up costing them. Who knows? We'll see what Wolfie can continue to do with that sniper. As Grizz notches another one on the tally. 21 and 10 in this map of Dust 2.
Stops in trouble. That's going to be his end. He's had a pretty rough map. Thankfully, Grizz is firing at above 2.0 KD, so he's making up for it. Lucid wins the duel against the wounded B1. Does take the tag. Going back for more. He'll cross safely. Does not need to die as Forza decides to walk through a smoke and to his grave. 3 trips down the river Styx from Walco. And I think because he's not found a gap, he'll make sound. Either way, Walco's not going to not look at the window. Fire or no. He wants the round victory. He wants this map on the board. And their pick of Inferno is up next as well. Marco Registrata wanting to claim something on Dust 2. And they're running out of time to get rounds of the board on this on the CT side. And they'll finally use a tactical timeout. Their first of this series so far. And I like this call. They can't really afford to lose this round. And they're going all in for it.
Yeah, I think this is the right time to call it. This is basically the most critical juncture of the game, I'd say. Real ripe opportunity for Marsborn to run away with this map pick of Dust 2. And at this point, they're also just losing a lot of potency in mid. I feel like the mid-B splits are very easily doable. And if they don't actually want to commit to the mid-B splits, they're getting a lot of info on that part of the map because you're getting out of the T doors fairly easily. And I think Marco really have to find a way to hold that up as much as they possibly can. But that's neither here nor there. They'll go straight into this mid play, and Majestics does not get hit by any of the flashbangs. Spamsy chimes in for a couple as well. And you'll have Lucid trying to pick up the pieces, and he actually catches 2 players off guard. Spamsy takes considerable amounts of damage, and Wolfie catches and finishes off that kill. Bomb recovered, and the cross is on. Wolfie still has that smoke to deploy, so should be able to make it over safely, but the gap in the smoke is to his own demise. It's all up to the big coach that actually gave this opening to begin with. And he slows the pace of the round down. Will be allowed to plant, but here comes the double long lurk, and I don't know if he's going to be able to expect this one, Boggs. Oh,
yeah, I don't think so. He's somehow alive for a moment, but it fleets away. The fuse comes in, and off the back of a timeout, it's going to be the round victory for Marco Registrata, and one they desperately needed. Great to convert. They don't keep as many players alive as they'd like, but they do get the op for AMC. They get an AK as well. This is where things can start to build. Win the next round, and it really becomes a possibility here. The op's back for Wolfie. AKs for everybody but Chop. Now Marsborn have to be feeling a little hot under the collar. This one's going to start to get a little bit more intense. They would like to avoid losing this map as well. They'd like to go into Inferno, a map which they don't exactly play a lot with the cushion. Or else it might be ruining that Veto. It is the lower bracket after all. So loser is eliminated from competition. And those precious, precious VRS points vanish to the opposition.
and keep in mind, you're playing up against a roster that doesn't have many points themselves, so you would lose a considerable amount if you are to fall here. So here comes the hop out from the catwalk, a little rocky, to be completely honest. But they're gonna still find a way to battle tooth and nail. This is the kind of scrappy affair that you're kind of looking for from both Wolfie and Grizz. These are the guys that you want in the clutch at the end of the day. They hear the tick of the Molotov. They know that AMC is encroaching. He goes for the jumping shot and doesn't nail it. Will actually allow for the boost up for 4 Taylor, but that jump is noted. It's heard. And if that... What was really know what you can do in this circumstance. Do you still want to commit to it? I guess the save is really the only option, but he'll jump and vault up to himself on the new box, and with attention split between two sides, AMC and Fort Taylor will find a way to battle back.
That's a round that was given to Marco Registrada there. He's got stuck on the ramp, and that's a collapse from Marsborn. That is an utter collapse in that 2 versus 2. They hear the jump fail twice. They know exactly what's going on. They still can't pick it up. But for Marco Registrada, that's a brilliant way to battle back. They won their fights, they did their due diligence, despite making a couple of mistakes. I mean, I was thinking, gotta say, you can't go for this. The jig is up. And he kept going. And that's a gamble that could just push them over the line on Dust 2. AMC reveals his position a little early, doesn't do any damage. Will not do anything damage-wise. A Molotov to allow some space for Walco to clear up. As he has nothing but a Tech 9, I would have liked to see Walco given a rifle from somebody, particularly Chopper Lucid, because Walco's been quite good with the rifle. Why limit him to a Tech 9 here? Get a little bit more out of it. Chop goes down already, as does Grizz for Taylor, just playing whack-a-mole over at Big Box. He gets 2 before he falls. And B1's outside B doors, waiting for reinforcements to come through. The bomb yet to go down. Marsborn are quaking in their boots. Only a smoke left as that Molotov goes in. They still haven't planted the bomb. The Molotov's gone. The smoke doors is going to fade. It's going to come down to dry fights. There's a couple of flashes for Marco Registrada to get their way into this B site. 4 versus 3 retake. Yeah, it's B Dust 2, but the momentum swing is gone towards Marco Registrada. And if they can get a free opening kill from somebody, even better. As 2 move through lower tons, it's going to come down to timing. Walco going between site and tunnels. Lucid up on the box. And Walco, that's a good start. Lucid another one. Lucid doubles! And Walco from tons as well. Nothing back in from Marco Registrada. And Marsborn hold the line. This time, they can keep their sight.
And this is the most inopportune moment for Marco to lose around and lose all their guns. Single loss bonus, meaning double eco territory. This means Marsborn have the clearest of routes to just put this one to bed. And it's just the latest purchase as well. Here it comes. You've got a couple of pistols, a scout, and some MP9s. Chump change to try and muscle your way back into the conversation. And that's where risks have to be made. Fort Taylor pushes in through the upper tunnels and has no awareness from Lucid to know that this is a possibility. Luckily, Chop trades it out and brings this one back level. Grizz makes that even better.
With the Deagle kill, though, Wolfie at least maintains the man advantage. B1 and Spam Z. Outside of the A-bomb side looking in, that's smoke allowing Walco and Grizz to cross and plant that bomb. Wolfie's got to be careful though. Spamsy's picked up an AK. And this will make things a little bit better for the retake. Still, the scout is a major limiting factor. Wolfie's still over towards top mid. Both of these CTs coming through CT's spawn. No kit either, so time is a major factor. And Grizz takes the timing well. That's a little bit of an issue they didn't have a couple of rounds ago. And he'll go back for more. Punish Spamzy on the retreat. And now Marsborn have 3 map points. Money in their favor. And Marco Registrada, nothing at all. It's going to be a force buy, desperation play. Stay alive on their map pick.
Yeah, truly a terrible time to lose all your money and lose all that momentum that was slowly building up for yourself. Instead, they'll have to hold strong and see what they can get done with these 5-7s. But as it stands, Marsborn are in pole position to end this one where it stands.
Nate goes and does some damage to Walco, but Chop will get the entry onto B1. Now Margaret is running desperation, closing in, go for aggression, but the kills are coming back and forth. Trades out, long range 5-7, and now a second on the Lucid. A man advantage for Marco Registrada. In the dying embers of this map, their own ping. No trades back yet. Grizz spots one on the cross, does damage, no kill. Jumps up catwalk, but they're isolated from each other, Wolfie and Grizz, who's looking for the 30 bomb here in regulation, and is well on pace to grabbing that too. Grizz is going for some pressure towards A, trying to draw a rotation back. And there's the pick from Wolfie now, but look at Doors. Majestics can have Grizz on a plate. Never mind, Grizz is ready for it. And while the 30 bomb may be out of reach this round, I don't think he'd care as long as the round goes his way. Spamsy making noise. Grizz has heard this for sure. And while he's ready for it, Spamsy can't win the fight. Marsborn hold on. And Grizz is a beautiful V10 engine for this Marsborn team, zooming around the track as they hold on their opponent's map pick with a gamble of Inferno coming up next. A necessary victory for Marsborn.
Yeah, that's a fantastic one to pick up. They keep their clean sheet on Dust 2 alive, and they showcase the wit and determination and skill from a player like Grizz throughout that one. A really complete package and performance from him. And now they look to capitalize on their good efforts, continue on in this lower bracket as they have a dance on Inferno to continue upon alongside Marco Registrada. But we'll take a little bit of a break. When we come back, we'll have that second map ready and ready to go for y'all.
Well, we're back here as Marca Registrada came up close but got no cigar in their first map, their pick against Marsborn. Boggs and Paladin here to take you through map 2. It's going to be Inferno, a map which neither team exactly like to play, particularly Marca Registrada. It's their permaban. But they floated it, they didn't want to play Nuke, and now they're going to have to live with their decision.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough decision to actually go through it. I mean, you're not necessarily dealt the best of cards when you've got Inferno and Nuke, both these maps that you don't necessarily opt in for all too often. And having to pick this over that is definitely the better decision. But you still will have those growing pains of figuring out how to close out rounds and how to navigate some of these mid-round situations that you will basically have to figure out on the fly. And I think Marsborn, again, are a very capable squad on the extremities of the maps. When I look at what Chop can do as a serviceable anchor and what I think about how Grizz can disassemble things on the banana end. So I think there is a lot to like about what Marsborn have going forward with this map, even with the struggles that they can have from a statistical standpoint. But this will be a real test for whether or not Grizz can power them through this game as well.
Or maybe it's somebody else's turn in the sun. A Walco, a Wolfie, a Chop, perhaps. We'll see what can happen here, as this T-side pistol round will set the tone for this map. And the out-of-town scoreboard as well, Paladin. Blue Jays took map 1 against MA. Oh, Taylor will be tested here. AMC actually gets 2 from Mini, but I don't know how he's the one who's getting the kills. For Taylor, just kind of running distractions. This one for Wolf, it's a good one. Chop finally connects, and through the smoke, the random spam finds B1. And from a sad situation to a man advantage, Marsborn get the bomb down on the A site. Majestic spots 1 and Pit, but the other 2 unknown. Now a dink on the Spamzy, a goosh from the Glock, and Chop a 3rd in the round. Majestic, no kit, no armor, and now almost no HP. Wolfie from Pit will put him to bed, and Marsborn turn it on its head.
Golly, I mean, you can already start to feel that pressure mounting on the Pit players, both small and big, but as soon as one topples, all of a sudden you're getting these wide swings from the site encroaching T's that Marca have no chance of holding on, and no spam potential either from the other end. Truly heartbreaking way to lose that one, but a 4 spot into this following round. And we'll have to see what they can do with these MP9s. Of course, 4 spy potential on a map like Inferno, much higher, I'd say, in some situations on the CT side for the defense compared to a map like Dust 2. Get more into these encroached close range angles to get involved. AMC, Spamzy, and Majestics all in the same area around this brackets side. For Taylor as well to chime in, but look at Lucid dealing with that boost. Chop on the other end as well. And now it's just Majestics on the A side. He'll find Lucid, but Chop is there for the trade, and just a matter of mere moments as B1 hits the deck as well.
Pretty good, easy cleanup there for Marsborn against the 4 spy. Lucid getting 2 definitely helps out. And then, of course, Chop dismantling the rest of the A defense as they find no trouble from the 4 spy. This one will be an eco for Marca Registrada, a couple of 5.7s. Majestics will buy armor as well. Never mind, he'll sell that. P250s on 2 players, as Majestics will drop P250 over. Pistols and nothing else as they push down middle. This could be a problem for Marsborn as trades are coming back and forth. Not answering back are the Marsborn players, but Lucid comes up big again. The Mac 10 for Lucid finds another multi, and that's going to steer the man advantage back in combination with Walco's kill. Down on that mid push for Taylor, though, has an AK. Not sure where exactly he was looking. I don't think he was sure either. And Lucid will net a hat trick in that round. Won't recover the AK, but it doesn't really matter for Marsborn. They survive a massive scare They'll buy back up again. An op for AMC, though, to try and get things going for the CT side.
Big man Lucid, man, doing it 2 rounds in a row. Key impact there from the coach. And they live to just skate on through here to 3 rounds. Walco now looking to take some banana control early. Doesn't see anything. That boost up for AMC has not netted a spot just yet, but misses the shot. That's a critical miss there from AMC, and Lucid is again getting up to his antics here in Boiler. AMC completely unaware of the idea. No trade potential, and it comes from the other end. A Chop with the response. Walco finding banana control as well. And just B1 and 4 Taylor getting eviscerated here in the mid to late round.
Yeah, nothing they can do to try and turn this one back, really, unless a gift is given over. And for Taylor, might just get caught out in rotation trying to find a safe place to hide, but there really is none. You've got the push from Walco up banana. He's engaged with B1. For Taylor, still working around arch side. Spotted now and shut down by Grizz. Walco backs away. They'll probably allow B1 to save. The money's not the best for the T side. But Lucid's Mac 10, it got the op, it got the dink on the second player too. It's opening up all the space.
He's got some crazy impact so far to start out this game. And who cares who it is that steps up, right? It's just, if anybody can get it done, it'll be enough.
Oh yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what guy is the guy stepping up. All that matters is that somebody is. You can tap the shoulders of your star to go do something. But if it's your 4th line grinder that suddenly gets things going, you're not going to complain. Nobody's going to complain on the team. If anything, it's going to be a big morale boost. I mean, I'm sure the Marsborn guys at this time out right now are like, all right, Lucid, he's got the Mac 10 again. Let's go, buddy. Come on. Let's get another, coach. I mean, I'm sure the guys are just gassing him up right now. It's probably a great environment to be in as they're up 4-0 and up against a half buy to try and get 5.
Yeah.
I want to
Funny how that works
right
sometimes. Yeah, I would love to hear what they have to say at this point. I mean, all it does is it just continues to like kick up the momentum and the motivation in the camp. All it can do is help. And now Lucid will continue to play on that Mac 10. He's still not upgraded. $6,700 in the bank, no problem.
Oh yeah, no, he bought Mac 10 and keeps
I love it.
There's no reason for him not to. It's working.
Yeah.
And especially when you know your opponents are going to be on a broken buy again. Why not? Don't be Zeus on Na'Vi. Don't force buy the AK when Simple's on a Deagle. And look what's happening. Another kill from Lucid. And he might just get a second too. B1's walking right into his arms, although B1's going to win that duel. MP9 is slightly better than the Mac 10. But Lucid's got his entry. He's got his kill. It's exactly what he wanted to do. So Chaos. And look at the rotation back to site for both A and B. It's an isolated B1.
Molly in onto the new box, but it doesn't spread, so B1 has another opportunity here at potentially dueling, and they might consider that this position is clear, but Grizz half checks it, turns around, and will still capitalize, gets away safely to plant the bomb. Nade up to 4 Taylor. Damage not really a concern for the Marco and Destrada boys, but they're not able to find any kills. Finally, Wolfie will go down, but it doesn't matter. AMC at this point, name of the game should be to save that gun.
For Taylor on 2 HP, can't really do anything either. He just kept getting naded. 3 nades were tossed into that position, and they'll back away. There will be no hunt. But Marsborn now up 5-0 on the T side of Inferno. Continue to just stack rounds on the board. And despite the timeout, Marco Registrada come up empty. Spamsy went heavy on the investment too. So they're gonna have to drop it. Pretty sure that'll be AMC dropping the rifle over. That'll allow him to get the op back in hand. But he's also got to hit those shots. Think about round 3 or round 4. where he had the boost up and the player dead to rights and just did not hit that shot.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see from AMC. And slowly running out of chances of staying in this qualifier. A guy that has had a lot of impact in terms of Marco Registrada's successes and needs to be that shining beacon if they want a chance in this tournament. Wolfie going aggressive here. I think Logistics must have spotted out something to stop there on his encroachment. And he will punish Wolfie there. Walko decides to pick it up himself, the sticks. But no real punishment factor available means he'll just hold on to this part of the map. But smoke in his face, he'll slowly back away himself as well.
Well, the kills are coming from Marco Registrada. No response for Marsborn, although Grizz might just... He's going to miss that spray pretty heavily. That would have been a big opening, though. That would have opened the whole Archside CT spawn area. Instead, it's 22 HP Walko and full HP Lucid without his magical Mac 10 to try and get something done, and I think it's going to be a save call for these two. At least for the op. You do not want to lose that here. Yeah, they're just
you
going
want to
back in
have
the T-spawn.
the most amount of chances to get buys out on the board. Walko's still on 1600 as well. Can be dropped on over from Grizz, so there should be no problem here. I think this is the financially savvy thing to make, especially with how much of a buffer you have. From a round perspective, it should be fine.
Safe here. They'll survive, and for Marco Registrada, not only do they get a win, but they get a flawless victory. They don't lose a single player. Big for the economy on the CT side. Has to be a confidence boost for them as well. We'll see what else they're capable of moving into this next round. So Marsborn are going to go right back at it. But still, 5 rounds to start off this map on T-Set Inferno is a good thing for Marsborn. 6, 7, 8, we keep on getting better and better. Jump up into window for Chop, getting some information and some map control early. Default out for the T side, and we'll see if anything happens. Utility continues to just bloom in the faces of these players. Chop's going to be the one to try and start something out of apps, though, and he's got to be careful not to fall for Taylor in towards Pit.
No, but this is a powerful position to have as long as the round continues to develop. You don't know when a player on the CT side will just be lulled into a false sense of security in terms of the rotation. They can just continue to bide their time here. He can stay here till that 30-second mark. And as soon as Famby decides to show face, surely they'd try to pull the trigger, but Chop elects not to. Now AMC is the point of contact. He hits the deck. Chop comes through, and now they've got to hit the accelerator button. They've taken care of that AWP, but how did they get up through lane when 4 Taylor is playing this way?
They got mollies. They have a smoke and a flash. The molly goes to Big Pit. They know for Grizz wins the first duel. Walko takes out 4 Taylor. 2 versus 2 now with the bomb going down. 16 seconds on the clock. Eventually the bomb will go down. Walko's taking a sweet time, making sure all the utilities in place first. And Wolfie still holds a Molotov as well over in towards apartments. Both Majestics and B1 coming in same angle. Molotov prep, that'll drop right in on site. Walko already vacating that position though. Good for him.
Doesn't take a
Majestics.
tag.
He does, but I think he should be fine, especially with that overwatch. Wolfie, that is exactly why. Majestics down, and B1 over on the lane. Spots the Molotov, doesn't know where Wolfie is, takes the damage, and Walko on the box. Easy kill. Isolated victory for Marco Registrada, and right back to the drawing board for the Mexican side.
Yeah, a little worrying there with that tag, but still no problem there for Walco. Still finding a way to get some impact, and Wolfie deploying that Molotov to perfection. It spreads just the right amount across the hay bales to get that sound cue over. And the clutch factor coming into favor now for the T side. Marca continue to struggle here on their gambit of a pick.
Walco taking a lot of that damage. Can't quite get something back in yet, and Marsborn look to be thinking better of this B take. Dropping off, rotating back towards A, where the bulk of their success has been had. They can still go back to B, and I don't think it should be something they should throw out entirely. There's plenty of time on the clock. But it's all about trying to get a pick, and Marco Registrada have not been getting aggressive. They're playing so passive, it's forcing Marsborn to take an aggressive pick. And that's precisely what Marco wanted. They wanted that fight, but the Molotov forces B1 into the open. That could open up his B-side. Majestics around the pool. One more, but he's blind, and he's done. Walco, 3 HP, might just get bogged down here by Wolfie, but he's still holding onto that CT side. There's no smoke to guys off across over the site, and Wolfie does not miss his first. Molotov down to hold off a run. Walco on 3 HP, does not matter. AMC dealt with by a headshot, and for Taylor, the last one standing, will try to back away and save, but Walco is going to be on his heels over in towards mid. See how far Walker wants to activate, and Lucid actually is the one to punt him down. 7-1 score line to the favor of Marsborn, as this looks more and more into the Marsborn favor, and the individuals from Marco Registrada. You're getting a shimmer here and there from a 4 Taylor or an AMC, but it's far from consistent enough to even yield more than one round at this point.
I mean, you think about the good news for Marco Registrada is that Grids is not necessarily having that same level of performance, but the bad news is literally everyone else is having the performance that we're looking for, and that just creates a dire scenario where everywhere you turn, the clutches aren't going your way, the map control is not going your way, you're not able to establish really any pressure anywhere. And now, even after winning the apartments control, you're starting to lose car. Maybe Majestics can do something with this Mag 7, but caught on the jump. Walco still doing some stellar work here, and he wants to continue to extend into this B bomb site. AMC will make it to that smoke to try and spam over, but opts not to. Wants to elect back into the church side, but he's mollied there. So the bomb should be able to go down on this B end, and Wolfie deals with that quick flank potential as well.
AMC up close though, one but only one. Walco continues his individual tear. Don't look at that death counter. If you're Marco Registrada, he's only died once. And we do have a technical pause again now. That'll slow down the momentum for Marsborn. But 12-1 for Walco. Grizz was the machine on the first map, but right now Walco is taking it to a whole nother level. And
yeah, and that
Marco Registrada can do.
That clip there at the very end, that double kill, that's a spray transfer. A nice one at that. And to me, that just showcases just the strength of what Walco can bring now that he's not really have any pressure on terms of the calling department. I'll be curious to see what the official verdict is if he is calling on this team, but I can definitely tell that he feels a lot less pressure on himself to move around the map. He's very keyed in onto that banana position, and he's finding that level of impact in terms of the entries, in terms of the impact in the post plants as well. Automatically just being a turret for this team.
Lucid's had a good game too, particularly with the Mac 10, getting Marsborn going in the early side of things. But Walco has been that stalwart defender. That turret is a great way to describe it. We'll see if there's Walco's companies. That's a well-placed. Actually, I thought that was good flashbang, but nothing comes of it. One is there for a trade and actually gets two. Wolfie needs to be careful not to fall in the Molotov exchange between two. What a shot of the AMC. I don't know how he saw him through all the smoke from the Molotovs, and I don't know what Four Taylor's doing right there. Just sitting out in the open with a nade in hand, ready to chuck it down.
Oh,
Gets
no.
domed by Chop, who finishes off Spamsy as well. And B1 now with an op in hand, the only remaining member of the Marco Registrata team, peeks in, goes down as Chop has himself a time. As it was Walco's time to die and Chop's time to shine.
I mean, Spamsy should be getting that kill every day of the week. Just off the mark, and Chop capitalizes as I think there might have been a slight misstep there, falling back onto the cart. And Marsborn capitalized after a stingy loss. Unfortunately for the CTs, it feels like too little too late. Even 3 rounds feels like nothing. Lucid will continue to try to get up to his Mac 10 antics, but won't be able to find that same level of impact. Chop certainly will, though. Executes AMC in the boiler room and holds on to this apartment's control for as long as possible. This gives room for the rest of this T side to encroach upon the banana position and gives a chance for Chop to find a couple more kills here. Oh, but he gets ripped to shreds by Spamsy. Beautiful little sidestep there.
Still around the corner, the big Majestics to pick up, but Grizz turns around and turns it into a 2 versus 3 with the bomb going down. The smoke not down. And time to reposition. Grizz, though, so low on health. He needs a headshot to stay alive. A lot of pressure on him, but it's a brilliant opening on a Spamsy, who's running again with nades in hand. So many times we've seen these Marco Registrata players strolling about the lanes, nothing ready for it, and for Taylor again gets caught with his pants down. As Grizz just drive-bys him with the AK on the peak. B1's been spotted. He's making all the noise in the world, and his time is running out with no fuse kit. He flips around, flicks back, flips forward, and Wolfie will punish him in time. 10-1 for Marsborn, as this one is looking all but over. And Marsborn should be ready to move on into the next stage of the lower bracket. Does not appear that their time in closed qualifier will end just yet.
Yeah, they certainly deserve to hang around for just a little bit longer. I think this is showing the poise that this Marsborn roster can have, and that they are up among the better teams within the North American scene. And that for Marco Registrata, they've got a real road to improvement before they can hang around these kinds of teams.
Marco Registrata have been kind of tailing towards the top end of the advanced level for a while, but Marsborn, a team towards the top of ECL, is another level entirely, as Walco and Wolfie getting 2 openings over on the B side. Poised for more. Spamsy so low. The flank doesn't really even matter. And there's a flank on a flank as Chop is behind. AMC so low. Spamsy tries to activate. He's surely been lured. As all up to Spamsy gets 1. That's a futile gesture. 11-1 for Marsborn, heading into the halftime break.
Go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. city getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS, I no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so.
A have to remember for Marsborn, a have to forget for Marca Registrata. 11-1 to the ECL competition. Boggs and Paladin here with you for this journey. Tonight in Stage 2 of the Season 22 ESL Pro League Qualifiers in North America. Chop looking for contact, doesn't quite get it. Grizz will back out of apartments. It's a 4-man stack on the A side from Marsborn. And it looks like Marca Registrata are walking right into the jaws of the beast.
Yeah, these four players gonna have a real task at hand for themselves. But Wolfie, Lucid, they get the trades in. Dooley's still not really a conversation point, and Lucid's gonna continue to get pushed back, finally dealt with by AMC, leaving Grizz in the pit. But I think they're at least considering the wrap back into B, into those dual Berettas. Welko is hearing all of this, the charge back the other way, and he's got a kill on a silver platter. Just spams he left up in it, and it's match point just like that for Marsborn.
That collapsed for Marsborn. Good kill in pit from Grizz, and the information from Walko rotating in, ready to cut them off. They don't clear it, they're not ready for it. And an MP5 comes out of Majestics to try and keep Marca Registrata alive with 11 match points for Marsborn. Tech 9 on 2, Mac 10 on 2, 3 flashbangs, 1 is it for the utility. And the nade damage down middle is huge. Grizz spots 1, takes out 2. 4 Taylor at least does deal with Wolfie. Drops the in line, sprays wildly, can't control it. Open opportunity, but Lucid's SMGs are not to be outdone. For Taylor walks back to Grizz, and B won the last one standing 1 versus 3, 65-80. Not even a dream, but a nightmare as Walko steps up behind and delivers the finishing blow. Marsborn run wild with a second map to take out Marca Registrata 2-0 and move on through the lower bracket, eliminating their opposition.
Brutal loss to hand to Marca Registrata, but again, this is the class and level that Marsborn can ascend to when everything falls into place. The new addition of Walko, the questions about whether or not he's a permanent 5th, it remains to be seen, but for right now, clearly showcasing that he has the individual capabilities to hang around. And well done to Marsborn for having a decisive map 2 victory on a map that they haven't been necessarily all too great on as of recent.
Yeah, and for Marsborn, they just prove that they can get the job done, too. They had a bit of an unfortunate matchup yesterday, a bit tough, but they come in today against a team with serious upset potential in Marca Registrada, and they handle business. They win Dust 2, albeit a little bit shakily, but then they get to Inferno, everyone steps up. Lucid's great in the beginning, Chop had some great moments, Walco was insane, Grizz stepped it up too, Wolfie hit his shots. There was no gap, no lacking spot for Marsborn when it came to this second map, and if they can continue building off of this, as they are going to be playing with Lucid for the entirety of this qualifier, there's some opportunities for Marsborn to pick up some more VRS points moving forward.
Absolutely, and that'll do it for the broadcast tonight. Marsborn continue on, but there's still plenty of North American Counter-Strike to catch as we speak. M80 going toe-to-toe with Blue Jays, Boss taking on Getting Info, and those two streams will certainly be worth your time. Definitely go check out the A and B streams. But from us on the C stream, we hope you enjoyed this best of 3, and we hope to see you guys very, very soon.